morning. Let's please keep your cell phones in silent mode. We start the second day of our international seminar, Democracy and New Technologies, Challenges of the Digital Era. This event is part of the celebrations of the bicentennial of the Brazilian Senate. We inform you that this event is being broadcasted live by Senate TV, and it has the participation of e-citizenship, where the public or audience can send questions, suggestions, and interact. We would like to register the participation in this event of the head of the national group of the community of Portuguese-speaking countries, representing the Assembly of the Republic of Mozambique, Mr. Sergio Camugabanti. And also, I'd like to register the delegation of Angola and the delegation of Honduras. We start now the conference, Technology and Democracy as Fundamental Values. The chair of this conference will be the professor of the University of Brasilia, UNB, Professor Alexandre Veronesi. Alexandre Veronesi is an associate professor in social theories and law from the University of Brasilia, where he is the coordinator of the study group in rights for telecommunications and associate researcher for the Center of Policies, Law, Economics, and Technologies for Communications. And also, he's a researcher of the Excellence Center, Jean Monnet, in digital citizenship and technological sustainability from the University of Tomilho in Portugal. And from now, Alexandre Veronesi will lead the work. Good morning, everyone.
Pleasure to have you here for our conference that will have the subject of the technical challenge to grant democratic values in the new digital environment. So I guess Professor Gasser will talk about his new book that I have right here, and I for sure recommend for you guys to read it. And now I exchange to Portuguese.
Professor Gasser probably will be, during this whole hour of the conference that he will be speaking here with us, and we're going to enjoy and take advantage of this moment to talk about his new book. And it's very difficult to make an accurate translation of this word, guardrails. So we would translate it for Portuguese as safeguards, something like that. But we could be using the roads or the pathway or this book, Professor Gasser, covers something very contemporaneous, which is extremely important, and that's not by accident. He mentions the metaverse, and I'd say that it is very interesting how he establishes this parallel between the historical need, which is long, with longevity, so we can remember the construction of the Saint Benedict Law to manage monasteries in the medieval eras, and how we should have this flexibility needed. Well, not only creating merely rules or rigid and tough laws, strict laws and rules, but we are talking about creating safeguards or guardrails that could be adjustable to the trails, like the rail of the train, where you go around the bend, you go up and down. So you have to, that railroad not necessarily is direct and straight. There are always pathways with bends and curves depending on the geography. It could be more or less virtuous. And mainly, we think about the need to create these adaptable, adjustable rules that could be trafficking or ensuring as a traffic that would be safe through these kind of pathways, but also granting or recognizing values, social and human values needed for the new technologies. We all know that the General Assembly, the United Nations General Assembly, has approved the need that AI. um it's a very important declaration, even though it doesn't have a binding power or effect, and it's not really a rule, but a consensus that humanity has currently that AI, it really needs to have some kind of guidelines and guidance. And in this line, nothing more relevant than listening to Professor Urs Gasser from the Technical University of Munich to talk about his new book and reflecting a bit about this guardrail, so that we need to survive in these virtuous trails that certainly we will take in the following years. And that's it. So with this introduction, please, Professor.
Pass the floor to you to grant you 1 hour to expose to us about your book and your ideas. Thank you very much.
Oh, now it works. So thank you for the introduction, for the warm welcome. I'm honored to be here to celebrate with you the 200th anniversary of the Senate and to be in a conversation with you all about the interplay between technology and democracy and addressing the question, how can we guarantee fundamental values at a moment that seems critical in time? Not only because we have technological advancements such as AI, as you just mentioned, but also because the world itself is changing dramatically. Of course, we are all aware that we have a long list of big global challenges, from climate change to social inequalities, that we have wars that we didn't expect, in places we didn't expect, and so forth. So we have a long list of challenges and need to work those through. So I think the timing of this conference is extraordinary. And again, in all these challenges, we will need the best technology available to make progress, but we also need to put guardrails and safeguards into place to make sure that we uphold human rights, the rule of law, and strengthen ultimately and not weaken democracy. So, if I may, as I was preparing for today, I was thinking about really kind of my own journey. I've been studying internet and society issues, technology and society issues for about 25 years. And I thought I would come here today not to give some sort of a comprehensive overview. I know that many of you got such a wonderful theoretical approach yesterday by Professor Castells, but rather share a few insights, to be precise, 13 insights, as I was reflecting on the past 25 years in my own research at the intersection of technology, society, and also governance or regulation. And towards the end, I will indeed also speak briefly about some of the insights from the book, or some of the points we make in the book. So, if we may start roughly 20 plus years ago, the most advanced technology back then that everyone was psyched and hyped about was the World Wide Web. Remember the World Wide Web, yeah? That was the coolest technology. That was about the time when I got in the field of Internet and Society Studies. And back at that time, there was a real enthusiasm that the Internet and digital technology would actually be good for democracy, would strengthen our democracies. And at the core was some sort of a belief that With this new technology, the World Wide Web in particular, everyone becomes a speaker, so that we as citizens can engage in creating a robust marketplace of ideas, where we can create a more robust public discourse and share our ideas and beliefs and argue and disagree, sometimes agree, and that this marketplace of ideas enabled by technology would make democracy stronger. It was also the moment where it was not only about, okay, the marketplace of ideas, but also that people can start to connect with each other more easily, that you can find like-minded citizens using the World Wide Web, getting to know each other, and create new parties or create movements. So there was a strong sense of a new area where the technology enables to get organized, to become active politically, but also in terms of civic engagement, care and involved in communities and help shape communities and the way we govern communities. And lastly, it was also a moment where experiments were ongoing, how internet technology can be used to directly participate in democratic processes, such as voting. I'm from Switzerland originally, and there were experiments in e-voting. So the idea, well, if I now can use a computer and don't have to go to the polling station, wouldn't it be neat, if I cast my vote using the internet? Now, fast forward 2024, I think we're less, safe to say, less optimistic about the impact of digital technology on democracy. Of course, much has happened in these 25 plus years. Misinformation, disinformation is a big topic. We'll get back to that for sure today. We've seen the rise of social media with a long list of concerns. Does social media increase polarization or not? We'll get back to that in a second. Surveillance capitalism, data that's collected about citizens for surveillance purposes, these are not necessarily the same optimistic stories, right, from back in the days, early days of the World Wide Web. And so it's remarkable that we're some sort of oscillating between optimism when we see new technology and pessimism when it comes to its implications for society and specifically also for democracy. Now, I mentioned I've been working at the intersection of research and policy making, and what's remarkable is that, as I said, right, there was a sense of optimism, but we had not so much evidence actually back in the days. And even if you look back 25 years ago, throughout, yes, there's been a lot of research on the effects of technology on democracy, but to tell you the truth, the evidence is very spotty. So there is not a single answer whether the internet, digital technology has been good or bad for democracy. Actually, that's been contested even as a matter of evidence among researchers, and it has changed over time. So sometimes there's data to suggest, yes, these technologies can be used for really wonderful things to enhance participation, to create new forms of political expression. But then other studies would show, well, some of the same technologies we celebrate for that reasons, like social media, may create filter bubbles or may lead to exclusion of certain communities, or may actually otherwise even harm society. And so the takeaway point, despite 20 plus years of research, is empirically we can't be sure whether this technology, and now we're of course looking towards AI as the next wave of technologies, but looking at digital technology, the World Wide Web and the applications it enabled, has been good or bad for democracy. So I think what my insight is, reflecting on some sort of the evidence that we've accumulated, is we have to be very honest what we know and what we don't know at a given moment in time. And I think that's particularly important for policymakers. I would argue, especially now, fast forward as we're dealing with AI, we're mostly flying in the dark. We're making decisions. The European Union enacting the AI Act is making a wild guess. We have relatively limited empirical evidence today what the actual issues are. And now there are good reasons why you may want to be cautious about these technologies, why you want to regulate. That's not my point. My point being is we have to acknowledge that our knowledge is very limited as we make decisions about the future and the guardrails we put into place. And I will definitely come back to that in my last slide. Now, I found one study that I just wanted to highlight, and probably it's too hard to read, that basically was collecting data over 22 years using World Bank data to answer this question. Well, now, all this work out there that some sort of inclusive is not conclusive whether the internet was good or bad for democracy. Can we measure it using big data? And this study argues, well, yes, we can. So there's a machine learning based study looking at World Bank data to correlate democratic transitions and internet penetration. And the finding is that, in fact, internet penetration correlates with democratic transformation. So in other words, countries that have more internet penetration tend to be more democratic over time. Now, what's interesting is that this curve is some sort of flattening. So in other words, internet penetration, so access to the tools that we all are familiar with, may be boosting democracy early on in a democratic transformation, but then flatten out over time. The study also argues that less developed democracies have benefited more from internet penetration and internet technology than advanced democracies. So this is kind of the best study I could find to give at least some clues whether the internet is good or bad for democracy. Everything else is much more nuanced and much more complicated and harder to answer. And I think when we talk about policy making and guardrail making, we need to really be honest about that. There's lots of things we don't know. Okay, second insight, as I was reflecting, from a research perspective, it's also really hard to understand what is really the role of technology. I give you the example of social media, which I mentioned already, right? So there's been a lot of attention whether social media is harmful to societies and to democracy in particular. And the studies are mixed. Again, you have studies arguing it's terrible, you have studies arguing it's really helpful to bolster civic participation that then may translate into political participation. So we have mixed studies. And what's really interesting here is that some of the most sophisticated research, I would argue, highlights that it's not so much the social media that you add to society that then has certain effects on democracy, but that it's really the interaction of social media with previously existing structures, power structures, but also, for instance, the entire media ecosystem that is decisive whether or not you observe things like echo chambers or polarization. So in the US, there's been a very robust study demonstrating that the polarization that you see, that we all witness, is already existent in traditional forms of media long before social media came along, and that the social media is basically just replicating and amplifying some of the structural fragmentation and polarization that's been pre-existing. And I'm using that as an example to remind ourselves, right, as we talk about technology and democracy and how to unlock the promise of technology for the societal challenges of our time, this is not a one-way street. This is not techno-determinism. It's really the interaction between the two, and society shapes technology, and technology shapes society, and that's what makes it hard for researchers, but definitely also for policymakers to organize the interplay in meaningful ways. So this is just a quick reference to another study, a very recent one published in Nature, that shows, so it's a very recent one, using Meta, formerly known as Facebook data, that you cannot blame, so to speak, social media content for polarization. So I'm using that just kind of as a flashlight in case you want to drill deeper in some of the evidence. Now, I've been talking about research and the evidence base for policymaking so far, right? And the argument is it's scattered and we don't have a comprehensive answer that we can offer from the research side. But what's very important, and of course no news to everyone who's in politics here in the room, it's not only the evidence, the facts on the ground that matters when we talk about new laws or regulations. It's of course also public perceptions. And I think we need to be very prepared, especially as we now go into the AI age, to be responsive to public perceptions. Sometimes these public perceptions about the risks of a technology may or may not align with the empirical evidence. There are wonderful case studies, for instance, in areas like child safety. I just mention it as an anecdote. So early in the internet days, everyone thought the stranger danger problem is what puts kids most at risk, right? Which is to say, kids would meet someone online, an adult, and then bad things would happen. So that was a very popular belief, and it was making headlines if something bad happened. And of course, it's terrible, don't get me wrong. It's definitely an issue one needs to address. But empirical research showed that this was not the actual biggest risk that children are exposed to on the internet, but actually that peer-to-peer cyberbullying was the much bigger, empirically the bigger problem for the well-being of children. And that was a surprise. So, legislators rushed to address what they thought is the problem, but actually got distracted from what empirically the real problem is. And I think we have to be prepared, if we're interested in evidence-based policymaking, that sometimes public perception is pushing us in one direction with our actions and regulations, while the evidence may look different. And I think that's not a trivial problem, because sometimes bad headlines lead to bad laws, as we all know, and there are plenty of examples. So let's not underestimate public perceptions. They shape politics and policies. And one of the examples I just want to add here from recent times is Cambridge Analytica. You remember Cambridge Analytica. And it was essentially the CEO of Cambridge Analytica who stated in an interview that Cambridge Analytica was able to influence the outcome of the US elections. Now, there's little to none empirical evidence that this claim was true, right? So there's little to none empirical evidence that Cambridge Analytica affected the US election whatsoever. But the public perception is that this has been the biggest single risk to democracy. You have seen legislators across the world rushing, including the European Union, to create a whole suite of new laws. And some of them, I understand the concern, and these are important steps. But if you look at some sort of the impact of a perception issue, it just illustrates the point that the perception issue and the laws that result from it may not always be backed up by the evidence. There may be other good reasons why we want these laws anyway, like the Digital Markets Act and Digital Services Act and AI Act and so forth, but it's very important to understand some of the dynamics here that make it harder, again, to engage in evidence-based policy making. All right. The fourth insight here is, I've been talking quite a bit about these early days, looking or trying to understand the impact of technology, digital technology on democracy. But I think we have to cast a wider net than just looking at elections and formal politics, but really have to look at the whole stack of individuals, groups, communities, but also institutions and systems involved in what we call democracy. And yet again, you see varying, contradicting at times findings from research what the implications of digital technology are in this kind of layered cake, a view of democratically relevant actors. As I mentioned, in the early days of the web, much focus was, and I would argue still is to some extent, whether technology shapes or what kind of impact technology has on us as individual citizens, whether we get misinformed, whether we get, locked into filter bubbles, whatever the version of the day is, or whether, it empowers us to be politically active and speakers. But over time, we have seen more and more how technology, digital technology, for instance, mobile phones, have started to play a role in group settings for certain communities. Now, one community I just want to use as a placeholder is young people. So I've done a lot of work with the team studying how young people are using digital technology. And one of the uses we've seen was, okay, kids, as everyone knows who has kids, right? They love their smartphones. And one of the features of smartphones is that you can create content and that you can share content. Now, to the young people in the room, this is like obvious, and of course, you can take pictures and share stuff by Instagram or WhatsApp or whatever. But for the people who are slightly older, like myself, this is a revolution. When I grew up, we had photo cameras to take pictures. That was the only way to take pictures. And you had to go and develop the film in a store, right? You had to bring it and wait for a week till you get print out copies of the pictures. And this is, of course, a very different game today, where you can create content in many different ways and collages. And so what we've seen with young people is really that they embraced these new affordances, this opportunity. Many young people with access to technology and the skills to use it started to create, for instance, memes. And I'm sure many of us are sometimes, looking at memes and find them funny. And the research shows that these memes are not just trivial, they're not just entertainment, but they're a form of civic engagement quite often. It's quite often also something that reflects critically on what's happening in the world, in the community, with friendships, in neighborhoods and beyond. And so you see that, okay, this is not a case about voting or kind of institutional politics, but yet it's an example where a particular population of young people with access to technology starts to embrace and use technology in ways that weren't necessarily anticipated, that we may not think of as good for democracy, but you can argue, yes, that's exactly a use of technology that is strengthening democratic values, because it invites young people to engage critically with what's happening around the world and share it in communities and form opinions. So that's just kind of one example. We see different examples too. So, of course, we all remember the various movements from the Arab Spring to the umbrella movement, where smartphones have become a key tool and social media has become a key tool to mobilize, to organize movements and move towards democratic change. Now, again, the evidence says, look at Hong Kong, it hasn't become more democratic, rather the opposite. So you can say, okay, all these social media protests, it hasn't had any positive impact on democracy. But you can also take an alternative view and say, well, actually, these tools have enabled citizens and people who disagree with their government to get organized and to get vocal and to express and rally for their causes. And I think, again, that shows some sort of the nuance when we have conversations about impact of technology on democracy, that we may have to cast a wider net and look at different layers, and some of them may not look as democracy relevant in the first place, but may be upon closer examination. Now, just the last kind of quick story on this front is we're now, of course, wondering what's happening with AI. And perhaps one of the most interesting questions is, will AI ultimately benefit democratic governments or authoritarian governments? You could see both scenarios, right? You could see that AI systems may be used for even better surveillance and oppression, for better policing. So you can make a claim this will help authoritarian regimes. But you can also make the other claim and say often technology is used to create accountability and transparency, or to even turn things around the people or institutions in power. And so you could argue, well, AI may also be strengthening democracy in unanticipated ways by empowering people in forms that we don't even anticipate today, to become engaged citizens, to create new institutions and new structures. So to me, that's perhaps one of the most interesting questions going forward. This is not whether AI is helping me as an individual citizen, but the question, what will AI do at a moment where systems are in competition, democratic and non-democratic and everything in between? To me, a really interesting problem. All right. Similarly to casting a wider net by looking at not only the individual but also groups and systems at large, I think we need to take even a step further in our exploration and not only look at, and also look at what I would call democracy supporting uses of digital technology. I know there's a lot of attention also here in Latin America and Brazil on e-government, using digital technology to improve government services. And to me, that's absolutely relevant in also broader democratic terms, because if the government becomes more transparent, more accountable, if citizens gain trust when interacting with government, that has ripple effects also for democracy at large. And so there are interesting empirical studies, actually, a meta-analysis of 60 empirical studies demonstrating exactly how e-government systems actually may not only enhance government productivity, but also create trust and communication through engagement between citizens and the government. And so, again, what I'm proposing when we discuss technology and democracy, let's not just think about elections and misinformation and all these problems that, of course, we need to take seriously. But there's a whole range of other uses of technology. Here, the example of e-government, that is relevant for the future of democracy, that is relevant as we think about action we can take to bolster the fundamental values that we care about. Along similar lines, I would argue, perhaps some of the most exciting or the most promising innovations we've seen looking at technology and wondering about the implications for democracy are not in the field of institutional politics at all. Arguably, some of the most interesting applications where you can argue technology that meets human beings, creates something that's more democratic than before, is happening in the space, in the realm of participatory or commons related democratic innovations. Now this sounds abstract, but I have two examples for you. One is Wikipedia. Who uses Wikipedia regularly? Show of hands. All right. Okay. So if you think about it, it's fascinating, right? So Wikipedia is based on a tool, Wiki, as a technology. It's based on web technology and allows everyone to be a contributor to encyclopedia. Now this is a very different model when you compare it to the previous pre-digital versions of encyclopedia, like Encyclopedia Britannica, where you had a publishing house, you had paid editors, you had hand-picked authors who were invited to write a chapter in or an entry in the encyclopedia. And now, Wikipedia has the assumption that everyone is an expert in something. For instance, I'm an expert in pizza dough. It's not a joke. I know a lot about pizza dough. And so I would feel very competent to contribute to the pizza dough entry in Wikipedia. And I'm sure each of us in this room has a particular expertise where you're just obsessed with a thing, where you're probably more knowledgeable than, in the good old days, a professional author who would contribute to Encyclopedia Britannica. And so here you see something really wonderful, that's, by the way, also discussed in the book, which is, this is not technology alone, some sort of leading to a democratization effect, how we produce knowledge, but it's the interplay between human beings and also innovative governance systems, because what, of course, Wikipedia had to address quite quickly is, how do you ensure the quality? If you open it up and everyone becomes a contributor, how can you ensure that the quality of the text or the content produced is up to the highest standards? And so this community of contributors created a very sophisticated set of guardrails how to deal with disagreements about quality, factual issues, but also opinions. And it's a very robust governance story baked into what seems like, at the glance, a technical innovation, but actually it's more of kind of a social innovation if you look at Wikipedia as a story. And so I'm picking this example because here you see indeed a different sort of democratization. That's again a different use of the concept democracy, but that's highly relevant. Think about the role of knowledge in our society. Think about it deeply. At a moment where more and more people are referring to large language models and ChatGPT to ask questions and then you get something back. Is that knowledge or not knowledge? Now, the irony, of course, is that these large language models were heavily trained on Wikipedia, among many other sources. But to have something that's human curated, like Wikipedia, where you have sophisticated guardrail systems to ensure quality, suddenly becomes very, very valuable and very important. Now, remains to be seen whether Wikipedia will be overtaken by large language models, because no one will use Wikipedia and everyone uses ChatGPT or the like. But I certainly hope not, because if you consider the power of knowledge, I will put my bet on a system where technology meets human beings, which is Wikipedia, and where you have robust safeguards and guardrails in place, as the Wikipedia policy community has crafted it, than trusting algorithms and models that no one understands, that then make some statistical calculations and give us some answers that are, of course, fabricated. What else, it's a calculation. So you see, by using just one example here, I'd have a second one, but I skipped that for the sake of time, that we may again just kind of be well advised to think more broadly about the interplay between technology and democracy. And I think then, despite the pessimism in 2024, there are sources of encouragement and hope that we can find already, that we can build upon. And this is not to say Wikipedia is perfect. Of course, Wikipedia has the problem of bias, it's mostly white men contributing to it and so forth. So I'm not saying it's perfect, but I'm saying it can serve as a source of inspiration, how we unlock the potential of technology, combine it with human intelligence, and put innovative guardrails around it, born out of the same communities. And that, I think, is really powerful and inspirational. All right. Oops, sorry. So far, we've been mostly talking about digital technology, but now, of course, the elephant in the room, I just mentioned it, is generative AI and AI more generally. Is it a threat to democracy, or will it enhance democracy, or both? I think that's the big question, and again, no surprise, there isn't an answer yet at the horizon. What is striking is, I mentioned 20 plus years ago, when the internet came along, the World Wide Web came along, there was a sense of optimism, of hope. And my perception is today, with the rise of AI and generative AI, it's the opposite. It's a sense of threat and pessimism when it comes to the future of democracy. And one open question will be in 20 years from now, will we look back and say, oh, back then we were all so pessimistic, but now look how we use these technologies to build a better society, to bolster our fundamental values and human rights and the rule of law. Or whether we say we were right to be pessimistic about this thing, right? And maybe we prevented worse outcomes. So to me, that's kind of a really interesting parallel story, as we're now starting a new cycle of tech innovation that's absorbed and interacting in complex ways with society. And looking back at the previous cycle, which has been digital technology, I think is a fascinating thought experiment. So, okay, there were early research that, of course, demonstrates we need to be worried about generative AI when it comes to democracy. So this is a study by Algorithm Watch looking at Bavaria, Hesse, so two states in Germany and Switzerland, my home country, and testing ChatGPT. This was in November of last year. What kind of responses do you get as a voter when you ask about politicians and parties and their positions? And guess what? It's largely fabricated. There were even like politicians that didn't exist. There were like positions that were completely made up, whether it's immigration or climate, whatever ChatGPT was asked to describe, right? And so as a tool to inform yourself about whom to vote for or what party to rally for, this is a very poor tool. This is not a surprise for all the reasons that we mentioned, but of course is a problem when such a tool becomes extremely widely used, and particularly when you have high-stake elections ahead. And so legislators took note, I think, are stepping in. We see it with the AI Act and many other initiatives in Europe. Also in the US, we've seen reform of existing laws. And we see, importantly, also companies acknowledging, okay, that's not good, right? We're worried, the developers of these tools saying, like here in this case, Microsoft, because this was a Bing chat setup, saying we need to fix that, and we some sort of need to ensure that these large language models will refuse to give certain answers if we cannot guarantee that the answers are accurate. So you see some sort of responses, but overall, of course, that doesn't make that doesn't leave a lot of optimism or some sort of comfort, given that we're figuring it out real time, how to deal with a real problem. Now, but then you can also find other examples where you can see that AI can be used actually to bolster democracy. So it's another study, and again, just showing a few examples, right? Demonstrating that there are niche startups that are doing really good work in developing AI and tuning it to discover mis and disinformation. And so you can argue, well, the same technology that may create problem over here can be used over there to help with some of the problems we're all concerned about, including mis and disinformation. Now, what's interesting here, and again, this point links back to one of the previous points I made, the real puzzle is that some of these technologies are just not used by the very large providers of content, by the intermediaries. And so the problem suddenly becomes not so much about technology, but about the economic incentives, or about other structural barriers that we actually, I mean as a society, use the technology that would be available. And sometimes we don't use the technology that would help, that would improve outcomes. And so here, again, you see some sort of the challenge, right, that our focus often is on preventing bad things from happening and being worried and concerned given certain technological innovations. But I think equally we need to pay attention significantly to what are the promises of new technologies. How can we steer the good uses, quotation mark, and deploy the tools we have available. And that also may require interventions by policymakers. And it's kind of an interesting bias, right, that we tend to think about law and regulation always as constraining acts, but not necessarily as enablers of good uses or of directing things in direction that we would like to see them going. All right, so here is already the point I made, so I want to be brief on that. As much as these are stories about technology, whether it's digital technology or now AI, let's not forget it's also about people. It's about actors, organizations, nation states, and perhaps more so than ever before, the question whether AI will be a tool to be used to bolster, strengthen democracy or not, will depend on how we, the people, and people all over the world are using these tools. And I think the challenge there is that it's, of course, much harder to reprogram people than it is to reprogram technology, software, or AIs. So Microsoft may fix the challenge that I described with the hallucination in the case of Hesse, Bavaria, and Switzerland when asked for political party statement. But how do you reprogram people, actors, who have bad intentions? That's the much harder problem. And looking at what's happening in the US right now, we see already extensive campaigns using AI to create distrust or to create certain frames around the upcoming presidential election next year. And if you read the analysis of where some of these AI-based content is coming from and how it's distributed, it's going all the way straight back to China. And similar groups who have been active on social media before Gen AI to try to shape outcomes and create distrust in our democratic societies. So now you see, well, we may be concerned about AI, but we should probably similarly be concerned about the strategic forces with interest to misuse AI to destabilize democracies. And that's, in my view, the much harder problem to solve or to address. And that's giving me headaches, also looking over the next decade and what may be ahead in many countries. All right, rushing to an end so that we have time for discussion. And here is a little bit the segue to the book, so forgive me for some sort of the book talk in a nutshell. The stories so far have been largely focused on information or data. Remember, I started with the early days of the World Wide Web and the hope that individual citizens can get better information and can express themselves and so forth, that we have a more robust, diverse marketplace of ideas. But even in the example of generative AI that I just shared, the attempt is still to interfere in the information flow, in the information process that then shapes how we form our opinions as citizens, as voters. But I would argue something more fundamental is going on in the AI space, and this takes it also a little bit beyond politics and democracy. I think what we see happening is a more fundamental shift where it's no longer only about information and data, but where it's becoming about decision and decision making. Arguably, the fascination with AI is not so much a tool that helps us with information. AI, whether you think about applications in health, radiology, right, or transportation, think about self-driving cars, autonomous vehicles. The appeal of AI is that it outperforms human beings in making decisions under certain circumstances and certain contexts. So what we see, and that's some sort of the trajectory, is probably a gradual shift in the mix, who makes decisions, human or the machine. A gradual shift towards the machine. This is not an entirely new development. Of course, we've always used technologies to help with decision making, but arguably a new game has started. The AIs we are talking about today, the AI applications, are much more powerful, are much better at decision making in many areas than human beings. We know about our flaws in decision making, our biases and cognitive flaws. And so the perhaps biggest challenge now from a larger governance perspective is to map and anticipate and shape this new era where it's no longer about just infrastructure governance like in the early days of the internet. It's not only about data governance like privacy and data protection issues, data ownership, bias, all these important topics where we pay so much attention to today, but where it becomes increasingly about decision and decision governance and what that means. So that's some sort of where the book presents an argument that we may be entering a new area where we need new sort of governance structures. So the challenge, of course, here is at a moment where AIs are increasingly used, and by the way, I should have, let's not go back. Here you just see the US government announcing where AI is deployed to improve services, right? And you see from healthcare, transportation, environment, benefits delivery, and that's just an example that shows the breadth of areas where we start to deploy AIs, and this is only the government sector. Now, think about the implications, right? If these systems shape the way we make decisions, this is not just like a social media kind of thing. This is bringing a next set of technologies to almost every area of life, where a lot is at stake, from our health to our safety, to our opportunities. And so the fundamental question that I think we're confronted with is, as AIs get more powerful and are important tools, again, that can help us to make better decisions, how do we safeguard at the same time human agency, the autonomy to make decisions as human beings? And that's a dilemma where we will not have a single solution ready available. This is a dilemma where we will not be able to write a law, even if it's comprehensive one like the EU AI Act or the draft bill here in Brazil, to solve this dilemma. this is something we need to address over the decades to come, but we need to address it in a smart way. And so, just as a mini illustration, right? Some of these dilemmas and how we deal with it are not entirely new. Think about the airline industry and pilots. For many years, autopilots have assisted pilots to make better decisions in the cockpit. But at the same time, we have now increasing number of reports showing that, and this incident report is one, don't read it if you have any flights ahead anytime soon. I made the mistake, I read it on the flight here. It shows that increasingly pilots are relying so much on autopilots that they lose the ability to fly manually. And it's not only the actual technique of flying, but it's also to some sort of the complexity of these automated systems make it very hard then for a human being to take over when the machine basically fails, or where there are reasons why you can't use autopilots anymore. And so this hands-off is a really interesting, simple illustration how to deal with a decision governance problem. Now, the airline industry has had decades of figuring this out, okay? And training, and this is a professional industry, right? Lots of money and lots of training, and laws and safety guardrails and all that. And still, this is from last year, where we discover, oh, there's a problem with this use of autopilots and the reliance of autopilots. And now what are we doing if you think back at the slide I just showed you from the US government? We're introducing tools that have the potential to automate decision-making in many areas of life simultaneously, but probably with less thought and capacity and safeguards and training and testing in place than here. And even in this case here, in this best case, we're seeing the persistent problem. So that's kind of an anecdote that just hopefully illustrates again why this question of decision governance becomes a real thing. The airline industry developed standards, checklists, protocols, simulations, all the things the airline industry is doing. But what are the equivalents when we deploy AI in healthcare, in transportation, in admissions to schools, in decisions about social benefits and fraud detection? You name it, right? What's the equivalent? And I think we're only at the beginning to start realizing that we need to develop such safeguards. Now there's good news, and I will end here in just a few minutes. There's good news because society has developed over roughly 4,000 years an amazing toolkit of techniques that we can use as guardrails. So, doesn't need further explanation in here. Laws is a guardrail system, but also nudges. Behavioral economics shows us how we can steer human decision-making by making small tweaks. Healthy food up front in the store and unhealthy in the back and things like that, right? And of course, code, software, technology itself is also a way to steer behavior to influence and shape decision-making. So the good news is we have a lot of tools and instruments available that can help us to build guardrails for good decision governance. There are two challenges. The first challenge is that these tools and instruments available have very different characteristics. So just think about a smart contract versus contract law. Smart contract is like a vending machine when you get a Diet Coke from a vending machine, right? It's very optimized for one particular transaction, tries to reduce uncertainty around it. You put in the money, you get the Diet Coke out, and transaction is completed. So what smart contracts try to do is to automate, to reduce uncertainty first, and then to automate and make irreversible the transaction. So it's similar to the vending machine. Have you ever tried to give the Diet Coke back when it came out? You can't, right? Because you can't put it back in, you can't get your money back. So by way of analogy, I like this picture. Now think about contract law. Very different guardrail system, also here to support transactions like selling Diet Cokes, right, as an example. Contract law already foresees that circumstances may change, already takes into account that there may be a breach of contract, actually acknowledges that sometimes it's more meaningful to the people to breach a contract, and then, has rules in place what has to happen in terms of compensation and the like. So you see here the main point that, Alessandro, you were alluding to, that we have different characteristics of guardrails, some of them much more flexible, higher degree of plasticity, and other more rigid, like the vending machine smart contract example. And the problem is that we start to use increasingly, that's the provocation, that we are attracted to rigid guardrails. We are coming up with laws that are very prescriptive, that are increasingly trying to regulate all details, that create path dependencies for the future. Similarly, we are attracted, even as legislators, to use technology and say, oh, we need to bake our laws into the technology itself so that, it can't be biased or that it is fair technology. So let's code our rules from law into the machine itself. Well, that, again, creates a world of rigid guardrails because machines and the guardrails that are automated need a high degree of specificity and cannot live with the ambiguity that we can live with as human beings. The second problem is when we use guardrails without knowing where we want to go as a society. And this is now perhaps coming to the most important point. We need to understand where we want to go. Yes, we have all these tools available. Yes, we see a lot of activity, for instance, using law as a guardrail system, regulating technology, like in Europe right now, but also here. But are we sure we know not only which tool fits best, what purpose, but where we want to go as a society? Do we really know that? So the problem that we try to address in our book and try to start a conversation about is what is a principled approach to think about these guardrails in an AI age, as we are concerned about decision governance. And we develop a number of principles in the book, and I just want to end by highlighting this one, which is learning. Arguably, the world and the future we're headed towards is not only an uncertain future. I think it's a future marked by discontinuity. Just reflect on the past 3-4 years, right? From the pandemic to the war in the Ukraine, there are the likelihood that we are headed in a future with events that will make us realize when we wake up in the morning, now everything is different somehow. This likelihood is increasing. And what it means for decision governance is we need to create guardrails that help us to leverage a deeply human capacity, and that's the capacity that we can learn. We can learn not only as individuals, but we can learn from each other. And so, as we craft guardrails, we need to make sure that we keep open these spaces for learning individually, collectively, but also that the guardrails themselves can learn. And this goes back to the rigidity problem, right? We're crafting laws and other guardrails these days that are very hard to change, that are very hard to upgrade once not only new knowledge becomes available, but once the world may dramatically change. And so perhaps the biggest challenge as we go forward is to have the courage to acknowledge what we know and what we don't know, and design structures, institutions, policies, laws that account for the possibility that tomorrow will be different than what we thought it would be based on the data of the past 10 years. And that, to me, is what the biggest governance challenge is, both looking at technology but also looking at democracy. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for the enlightening words to begin our journey today. Now we have a little bit of time for some questions and answers from the audience. I will ask you. Oh, I will switch to Portuguese. A gente vai ter tempinho.
We have some questions and Q&A session. Ricardo always got his hand raised, and I'm gonna ask him to ask you to ask short questions, maybe a set of questions, and then we can pass the floor to professor so he can uh, answer, and he can make a whole answer. I'm concerned about delaying the next panel, so that's why we do that. And we also have a coffee break on the way. I start with Ricardo. I would like ask him to start, and then everybody else can follow after him. Okay, Maria de Fátima and Germano. Okay, very good. Um, and also the two colleagues. Oh, you don't want? Okay, good. Thank you very much, Professor, for your brilliant speech. I am Ricardo Campos. I am the docent in Frankfurt University, and I thought that's very interesting that the main message of this talk, departing from my jurist presupposals, is that we have a tradition in right, in law, that it's the creator of new horizons for society. And when we think of the modern politics, we have a politics that is structuring certain horizon. And your book and your talk shows us that each time more the modern society has a not certain future for the positive and for the negative sides. And the challenge of law in this open horizon in a complex society, in my opinion, and I would like to know your position, is not to come from normatives and right and certain normatives and measuring all the risks, but it's a different law that we are used, and it's a different type of creating way of creating laws and to structure the procedures to generate knowledge to make this structuring. We don't have the knowledge yet. We are expecting to have it, but right and law, it becomes a law that is learning to get knowledge to apply in the future laws. So this is something that I mentioned in my book, which is a global law metamorphosis. And the biggest difficulty I had was to deal with this new law in a horizon that in a society that you balance this or strangle this horizon, you end up by um, ending up the freedom of speech and different types of freedoms. So I would like to know your opinion about what type of right and law we should have for this society with open with different possibilities.
Bom dia, eu sou Maria de Fátima,
Good morning, I'm Maria de Fátima.
fui uma
I'm
estudiosa
a
de
lawyer
várias
and
áreas do direito.
I study several areas of
Infelizmente, quanto
law.
à
And
inteligência
regarding
artificial,
the
eu não
AI,
conheço
I
muito
don't know
isso.
much.
Daí eu vou
And from
perguntar,
that, I
você
would like
fala
to ask
da
you when you
sociedade
talk
moderna.
when you say that the modern society will be able to use IA
para
to
escolher um candidato numa
choose a
eleição,
candidate in an election,
seria
and
perigoso?
this can be dangerous. That's my
Seria
question. Would
perigoso.
that be dangerous?
Eu
And
questiono.
I would like to
A
question,
IA,
okay,
o
but
conteúdo da IA
the
não é de ser
IA
humano,
content is not
não deveria ter uma
human made.
empresa,
Shouldn't
né,
we
que
have
desse
a
esse
company
conteúdo para
that
vários candidatos,
is
né, e
testing
com
all these
honestidade
candidates'
falar de
content with
cada um?
honesty, talking
Aí
about each one of
eu não
them
veria
in an
perigo
honest way? I
nenhum,
wouldn't see
porque
any
vai ter as
problem with that
verdades de
because
cada um,
we have the
o que
truth
eles
from each
pensam,
one
né,
of them, what they
pensamento de
think, what
trabalho,
their
de tudo. Ou não,
work
a IA
or not.
ela
It's
vem
the
sem
the
o
IA is
ser
in the other
humano
option. It
que,
comes
que
without the
coloca os
human being
conteúdos
that puts
nela.
the content on
Era
it.
essa
So is the
a
IA
minha
controlled by
dúvida, meu
humans or
questionamento, que eu
not?
não
That's the
entendo
question that
direito de
she
IA,
wants to know
pastor
because she doesn't
Gustavo. Eu nunca
understand much about
fiz
IA
curso nem
and she has never
de
used big data
chat
or
GPT, nada.
Chat
Obrigada.
GPT or any other type of AI. Good morning. I'm gonna be very quick. I'm Germano. I'm a public server, and I'm also studying my post graduation in the University of Brasilia. And my research is over the digital sovereignty. I would like to know the ways of decision making, the governance, and I'm curious about your impression over the impacts of this process, the future process that we have to have for the decision making process. In what scale are we at? And do you think that there will be a global debate or national debate? I know that in the internet we'll have that, but I would like to know what your perception is regarding the digital domain and the sovereignty on it.
Thank you. I'm diplomat from Korean Embassy. It was one of the best lecture I have had in Brazil. Thank you so much. And my question is about the politicization. You didn't point out some problems created by not only AI, created mostly by AI and polarization and fake news. But what about politicization? The typical example must be climate change. Everybody know that, most of people know that there is climate change. But there are politicians who politicize it, who want to make everything relative. So, I mean, this challenge, how can it solve using technology? I don't know, but please tell me something about it. Thank you.
Good morning, Professor. Thank you very much for your speech. I'm Clara. I am a journalist, and I would like to ask about what some topics you have already mentioned in the talk. The AI takes decisions in standards, but these standards they are established by the programmer, the coder, the human being. And up until what point the AI can actually take technical decisions, and how can it reflect the politics? Since the politic decision, even the electoral decision, is more emotional than technique. So I'd like to hear your reflection about this topic. Okay, I'm Luana Lungi. I'm the consultant from the IT area for this house, and congratulations. And I'm also studying my PhD in this area. And within this idea of having a toolbox of establishing some safeguards tools, how do you see this regulatory approach for the AI in Europe, based in the risks and the based in the level of risk? And then we see that in the text, in the recent text of the bill for the AI, this approach being used as well. What is your opinion about that? Thank you very much for the questions. And then now I pass the floor to Professor.
All right, thank you. What a wonderful set of comments and questions. Ricardo, first, I absolutely agree with your description and also with the puzzle, right, that you presented. So the question, what kind of law do we need to open up new horizons? How can we ensure that law is learning? And again, perhaps I'm confident that if we take seriously legal scholarship and the knowledge that's been produced over actually centuries, we may rediscover important features, what law can do to create these open spaces. In the book, we mention one which is self-restraint. So one of the key design principles we propose for the future is that guardrail systems, including laws, are very careful not to overshoot and not to be overly ambitious, but basically take back their own power, constrain its own power, exactly because you don't know what the future will bring, and exactly because by constraining the guardrails, you open up spaces for experimentation, exploration, and other guardrail systems to flourish. And so that's perhaps indicative of the sort of direction we were looking into. So um, I would immediately admit the point is not new. Self-restraint is not something new. If you think about the rule of law, that's a self-constraint mechanism to begin with. Jurisdiction and many requirements, as the lawyers here would know, are limiting the power of the guardrail system law. And maybe we need to rediscover that and use that self-restraint and these mechanisms more extensively. But the trend seems a different one right now. So, Maria, your point is well taken. Yes, if the human being can realize that whatever campaign ads are produced by AI, it shouldn't be much of a problem. And indeed, companies, AI companies have come together to agree on standards for watermarking so that it's becoming visible for human beings whether this was produced, this text or image or movie was produced by AI. It's also now bolstered by regulation, particularly in Europe, to require that the human knows when you talk essentially to an AI, for instance. The problem with that is enforcement on the one hand side, but there are also still technical vulnerabilities. So some studies show that these watermarks can be removed very easily. And because they look so real, these artifacts, right, you then back into the problem that not always it's visible whether it's machine produced, like the examples I showed here earlier on, or whether it's human produced. And so I think you're right as a matter of principle, but how to ensure that the human realizes this is produced by the machine, that's trickier than it seems. And of course, it's also the appeal of tools like generative AI, because it gives us the impression it's a human type of or human-like answer we get, or the movie looks like reality, yet it's produced by AI. Then digital sovereignty question, really important one, and the question where will some of the global discussions happen. The AI space is now, of course, the hot topic in many geographies. So G20, G22 soon here in Brazil, G7, the UN, Council of Europe, national parliaments. So the questions about what kind of decision guardrails are needed is taking place around the world. I don't think that we will probably agree on a international set of rules that really have bite. I think we will stay at the level of principles for a while. And that's not a popular thing to say, but probably that's a good thing. So another variation also of Ricardo's question is, I think that we currently have a diversity of norms and different approaches to AI governance is a good thing, because there is so much that we don't know about AI and its interaction with humans and society and institution, that to put all eggs in one basket and agree on a single set of rules may be a very high-risk move. The question then becomes, okay, if we want to have some diversity of norms, but how do these norms interoperate with each other? And so this question of norm interoperability, I think, becomes a bigger challenge. But also there, I'm optimistic and hopeful because good work has been on the way. For instance, also creating some levels of interoperability between European rules and US rules in certain sectors, like in the health AI health sector. Then to the colleague from the Korean embassy, you know, I don't have a solution. I share your concern of politicization as opposed to just polarization. I would say so that I would perhaps say this goes beyond technology, but really becomes, again, something that's a sign of our time. I remember many conversations I have in person where anything one says becomes suddenly a political issue. So maybe technology feeds into that and kind of is an engine to further, you know, bring that tendency out. But I think it transcends the role of technology, and is something we as societies need to worry about. And perhaps it's going back to education, right? To say, okay, how can we have reasoned discussions without immediately making it a political statement, and learn to disagree and still talk to each other. And then, Clara, the question of standards and decision making and emotions. I wasn't sure I got the translation right, but I would agree with you that of course humans make decisions with emotions, and that's perhaps the biggest differentiator to the machine decision. But in some ways, that's also the promise of AI, right? That sometimes you want to get the emotions out of the decision-making process. Yeah, no, the answer is it depends on the AI system and the particular technique. So, of course, it's important to emphasize AI is not a single thing. It's many different techniques and different applications. But particularly when looking at these large language models, the best the humans can do is basically to correct for certain outcomes exposed. But to control all these parameters becomes virtually impossible. And so this idea of a human in the loop, I think, it goes only so far. And the whole point is that on the plus side, that we may want to have systems where you do not have a human in the loop, because humans make mistakes all the time and we mess up all the time. And that's some sort of the bigger question behind decision governance. And then I think the last question was about the risk-based approach, right? Yes, risk-based approaches are on vogue. We recently surveyed many AI legislation and governance approaches across the world, and risk-based is becoming really the thing that's adopted regardless of what otherwise approach a country pursues. I think it's absolutely essential to think about the risks and acknowledge that there are risks that exist, like risks in life in general, that we need to manage and address. And then the hard question becomes where to draw the line, where are risks that are unacceptable. So the approach the European Union takes in that respect, but also Singapore and many other countries in Brazil, I think is going in the right direction. But I would say that's only where the problem starts, because what to do with these risks and how to manage and mitigate them, especially across sectors, that becomes then a question we need to answer in a very granular and grounded way, also considering all the variables that may not have anything to do with the technology, but with the humans, the processes, the institutions in which these technologies are embedded. And that's probably the bigger exercise and work ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Urs Gasser, for the words. Agora nós convidamos.
Now, we'd like to invite everyone for a 15-minute coffee break. And I would like to invite everyone for a 15-minute coffee break. And really, 15 minutes, so we can come back to the following panel, because we're going to have a debate about digital democracy, lessons, and challenges. Thank you so much, everyone. See you in 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you all to take your seats so we can start our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now starting our panel 1, Digital Democracy, Lessons and Challenges. We registered the presence at this event of the head of the national group of the Portuguese-speaking communities, representing the Assembly of the Republic of Mozambique, Mr. Sérgio José Cambuga Panche, and the delegation of Angola, represented by Representative Virgílio Chova, and delegation of Cape Verde, President of the National Congress of Honduras, Luis Ronaldo Redondo. For the certificates, we request all the participants to register their participation with a QR code in the entrance of this room. The chair of this panel, or moderator, will be the attorney and professor of law, Eduardo Magrani. Eduardo Magrani is a doctor in law and affiliated to the Center Berkman Klein for Internet and Society from the Harvard University. He's a professor of the Catholic University of Lisboa and senior consultant in CCA law firm in Portugal. Author of books, Among Data and Robots, Internet of Things, and Connected Democracy. From this moment now, Eduardo Magrani will lead our work. Wonderful. Welcome, all of you, once again. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you all in the Senate for organizing this beautiful international event with wonderful friends, colleagues, masters here in this auditorium. And with me here, I have a lineup, a dream team here of extremely important people in our area of digital law that helped paving all of this journey that we have, and they helped inspiring new publications, thinkings, ideas, and transformations in this area, which is so diverse that we have. And throughout the presentation that we had with Professor Manuel Castells and this morning's presentation from Professor Urs, it's very clear that all challenges that we have and how serious and responsible we are to tackle all of those challenges. I will just show some slides here to bring this tone of the conversation. As soon as this robot here helps us, and as soon as we can domesticate this AI, so the revolution has started right now. Can someone help me? Change the slides then, maybe? Okay, so the topic that we have today is a topic that makes us reflect about the last 25 years, as Urs mentioned, 15 years of journey in digital law. We helped a lot in developing these thoughts of digital law in Brazil, and the title itself of Lessons and Challenges make us bring this responsibility or a critical view on the positioning that we had maybe 15 years ago for the new challenges that we have today. Challenges involving AI, or challenges involving the use of deepfake in politics, and several others that we lean on currently. And here with me, and this dream team lineup that I have the pleasure to introduce, and we're going to start with Ricardo Campos, who is a professor from the University of Bit in Germany. Right afterwards, we are going to see Professor Carlos Afonso, director of the Institute Technology and Society from Rio de Janeiro, Cristiana Freitas, professor from the University of Brasilia, and Laura Schertman, professor also from the University of Brasilia. And I, as a moderator, I will be trying not to extend or advance into lunch time. Let's try to do whatever possible because we're starting a little bit late, so let's do what we can. Next, please. All right. So in this journey, in the previous 15 years, we went very quickly from a view which is basically utopical and romanticized of the digital spheres, those that could be the major guardrail or safeguard of that would save the democratic and deliberative processes, and giving a voice or to the citizens and allowing complex interactions and interfering in individual lives, attributing fundamental rights such as access to information and freedom of expression, until the professional spheres as well, allowing or enabling, bringing new political movements and bringing and involving new high-impact information for the society. This view starts in a very liberal way, and I remember here quite a while ago, in 1996, in the Declaration of Independence of Cyberspace, John Perry Barlow, a very ultra-liberal view of what would be internet. And it's interesting to think in how this discussion had started, because we face this as well in the regulation of the civil framework for internet, when part of the society believed that internet should be just unruled land. We have a different maturity about that. We understand that some regulation is needed. The major issue that we have here today to discuss is how really we can regulate that in a proper way. But this view, or enthusiastic view, had some issues and problems, notorious problems, and we have currently a vast literature about that. Here I can mention just some of the examples, such as the book of Professor Zitrin about the future of internet and how we should avoid these risks, and Master Switch from Tim Wu, as Ellie knows, how technologies kind of adjust in some way or the other, going into standards and norms that are very well known, or regulatory norms or standards or social standards. And I could here be mentioning several others from Manuel Castells or Professor Urs and several others. But in this journey, if it's already made evident that regulating is really needed, here it's important to take some further steps. And the metaphor that Urs created, we should try to establish some layers on this cake, trying to understand exactly how we should regulate, being humble to recognize that we are not able to foresee all the problems. We don't have this complete visibility, and regulating in a robust way could be a huge risk, and also not regulating could be an even greater risk. And I believe in this panel, we can contribute and touching the national scenario, trying to drink and learn from these international experiences of what is happening in regulatory attempts in the USA and Europe with the AI Act and other examples that we can see, to thinking what would be the role of the Brazilian role in this context and the best way of regulating. The national legislative power has a huge importance in this process. And this house, or this institution, was fundamental in pioneer processes of regulation in the world, as the Internet civil framework, bringing all the society to participate and opening to public consultation through the virtual spheres. And now, what is being set as a challenge is how we could balance all of these interests that we have at play. And it's also good to reflect about the pessimism and optimism that we could see 15, 20 years ago, if today we should be continuing in this same key or switch. And it's important to come from Urs' presentation that he mentioned about the optimism that we had. He passed by the minimization of this optimism until we got to a true pessimism that we have today, with all of this fear and concerns that we have and risks. And thinking how these guardrails or that were proposed could really minimize these challenges that we have, considering all of the geopolitical problem. And the world nowadays is being forced to make this hyper-complex balance among not only the risks to fundamental rights and collective rights, but also what would be the position of the country within this international geopolitics, which is extremely complex, and also embracing innovation and economic development. And there isn't a single response and not even a perfect answer for this equation, which is extremely complex. Would Brazil be anticipated in a pioneer regulation as it happened in the Internet Civil Code, with AI and complex technologies, or should we learn with these international experiences and take a more careful step so we are able to pave a more fertile road for innovation? So that is an equation which is not very obvious, and I would like here to bring to this panel, and taking advantage that we have views, not only international views, but also national views.
And coming from the concerns of Professor Castel, of Urs, and landing on a tropicalization adaptation of the discussion, and taking into consideration some of the challenges of this panel that I would like you to reflect a little bit upon. First question is, can we still think of this dichotomy between optimism and pessimism, or should we go towards of direction that Professor Gasser mentioned? Nowadays, we have a maturity, bigger maturity to see the nuances, and this dichotomy is very simplistic, and it doesn't allow us to address in a complex way all these nuances. And another exercise of self-criticism that's very important, and I have already mentioned, and just as Carlos have also mentioned, self-criticism is what we cannot see. Could not see 15 years ago, and now it has led up to real risks. Maybe because of overestimating the role of law and regulation, maybe underestimating in some situations because the civil framework nowadays is being questioned. And what could we foresee at the time it was not able to contain? Maybe for different reasons. Maybe because the society perception had led to a different evolution of these terms. And it's important also to consider the social perception in this construction. That's what we are taking into consideration, and all this perception is important. And from now on, the challenge of what are the guardrails that and the governances that mechanisms that we want to put in practice? What are the more adequate ones, and what are our proposals, taking into consideration this construction that we are trying to build over these 15 years? So this is kind of a trigger for us to start our reflections, and then I would like to pass the floor to Professor Ricardo Campos to start off this debate. Good morning, everyone present here in this auditorium. I would like to greet the board, the audience, in presence of the highest authority present here, at least in my jurisdiction, which is my wife Bruna, and the other ones in the second highest authority, which is my counselor and friend Bandeira. And it's a great honor for me to be here today talking about this very important topic, which is the relationship between democracy and new technologies. And when I was invited to make part of this board, I thought to not take more or repeat the so many talks that I had already offered in my life, and not to make so something that is so spontaneous that I can replicate what was said by the other speakers. So I tried to take one very simple question, which is, does modern democracy rely on new technologies, or they are a threat to the democracy? And before I can start, I would like to make a propaganda. If you are interested on this book, this is translation from the German original. It's the Metamorphosis of the Global Law. It's the interaction between time, law, and technology. It's a book about technology, and I was able to get 2 awards from in Europe as the best thesis or of human sciences, and now it's translated into English, Portuguese, and to Mandarin. But I cannot control because I cannot read anything. Well, I will start, and will also invite all of you that next week on Tuesday I will launch my new book in the representatives chamber between regarding the digital apps and the democracy. It's a thesis that has generated some other debates, and I'm sure that my friend Kafa, he agrees with my thesis. He will have possibility to answer to this thesis, and it's from 6 p.m. in the main room. So I would like to propose this thesis. The modern democracy is deeply dependent on the new technologies, and actually, without the new technologies, we would not have democracy in the modern terms. And how I will show that is the where it resides the centrality of the technologies for democracy. And I make the distinction between the key concept of the democracy concept of Rousseau, volonté générale. And without new technologies, the concept of volonté générale would be completely empty in the current understanding. And the technology for the democracies nowadays precedes the concept of the volonté générale as a structure of the semantic in a constitutive way of this democracy. And the main point I want to show now is how the concept of the public sphere comes out only because before it existed the new technologies. I will show what technologies are these that I am mentioning. And in this topic, I would like to make a distinction of Benjamin Constant uh, between the modern liberties and the ancient liberties. The first is about the individual rights, and the second one is in the uh, political participation. And when I talk about the ancient ones, it's the Greek one, in which you have the pre-requirements for participation. We had also some technological pre-requirements that were neglected in the reflections of the concept of democracy. And I will not analyze this. I will not go into historical excursus in the Greek concept, but I will only mention one thing that was a technology of means disposal available at that time, that was technology that allowed the circulation of information. The Greek democracy was extremely dependent on technology, the biological technology of orality. And this orality dependence as a means, as a technology that structured the informational circuit of the time, also conditioned the way that we could have the deliberation in Greece. Democracy other than oral was focused on the present participation, not of the absent participation like today. And the personal interaction for limited by this technology of orality. They were not able to form by lack of a more complex technology, some complex like the public sphere that we know today. And due to this centrality of technology of orality in the Greek democracy, they were only able to uh, have this in this context of few complexity of social complexity of present interactions and depending only on the biological technologies of communications. And in Rome, it was not possible to have this modern democracy concept, not only due to this lack of social conditions, but also due to lack of technological communication structures. And if you look at the concept of publicus in the Roman time, it has nothing to do with the concept of publicus we have today. It was related to a state characteristics of privilege of a layer of society in social levels. And when you have to analyze that, contraposing that to private, it only gains the sense of modern privacy in a period that antecedes the modernity. In this 18th country, both concepts they transform in due to the social structures and the availability of the new technologies. And in this context of transformation, it's a long public process that step by step goes until through the 17th and 18th century. It has a sense of revelation, which is the Arcana Imperii et Dominationis, which is the revelation of the political privilege of the cohort and the impact in the society mainly by the availability of new technologies like the impression of booklets. In this meaning, above all, because of lack of technological information structures, they were not able to start a transformation process in the public sphere of the democracy structures. And this changes with new technologies in the 19th century, as I will show you now in this next step. We are not able to debate, interact, and above all, produce content without using oral technologies in the 19th century. Despite, actually, to have an idea, see how a time category, and you can see in the 19th century, it's a very important century to see the acceleration of modernity. So you can have a notion of time, how it was transformed in 19th century. I would like to mention one very important work from one author, Austrian work. he died in Petropolis, and everybody knows about him. Stefan Zweig. It's a book called The Biggest Aura of Humanity. It's a very small chapter. There is one brain in which he describes the difference of the time in the modernity. And for example, Goethe didn't travel faster than St. Paul in the beginning of the millennium. In the time of Napoleon and in the Roman Empire, the countries were still very far away in the space and time. The resistance to matter is still prevailed over human will, and in the 19th century, they changed the rhythm and time and speed. In the 19th century, other main categories of life, of population in worldwide terms, suffer a transformation. Consumption is global in a massive way. Knowledge that was centralized now and in the Jesuit networks, they become decentralized by the creation of universities, associations, uh, of engineers, doctors that create magazines and decentralize the information and the production of content in the world. And for our topic of democracy, two conditions were important to have this transformation. First is the uprising of the modern city. And then the second one, mentioning another German author, Jürgen Osterhamann, he says that the city is pre-modern. It exists before Rome, but it's at the same time the motherhood of humanity. And this is extremely important so we can have the public sphere. And the second precondition is the uprising of new technologies of communication like the media, television, and radio that are able to provide a communication dimension between the absents, not only among presents. Concepts like the public esteem, the spirit public, l'opinion publique, are semantic concepts that appear in this concept of the modern cities. They were not possible to think in the fields, not urbanized fields. And it denotes a process of modernization that cannot be conducted by only one sovereign or one layer of individuals. And this transsubjective process, especially the protection over the rights, become one of the biggest goods of humanities, the modern freedoms that are regulated by the individual ones. Let's think about the first one, which is the press. Even though it was invented by Gutenberg in 1440, it was only popularized in the 18th, 19th century. The printing machine enables a dilatation of the same notion of space, and it provides a temporal extension without precedence. You can communicate in a oral. If you communicate in an oral way, it disappears your information. But if you print it, you can expand yourself in space. And in a very simple way, it enables the communication between absents in a massive way, and it creates little by little a public sphere, not centralized in the big house, in the cohort, or in small locals of the city. In the 19th century, the culture of printing created a network of news, reflections, narratives among different cities in the world, like Paris, Tokyo, São Paulo, Berlin, and it created a communication space in a polycentric terms, reproducing the information, and only in these spaces the freedom are able, like the freedom of speech, the freedom of press, they are able to have a social meaning and to exercise its fulfillment. The uprising of these technologies also changed the concept of politics. We can only think of politics in this concept. New ways of sectorial organization appeared, interest representation, political representation, new political parties, the weakening of the oligarchies and also the expansion of associations, just as Jürgen Habermas mentioned in his book about the uprising of the public sphere. And it's clear this duality of the countryside and the city. And we see that the technologies they enable the communication among the absent. You do not need to meet the person to communicate with her. And for those who study sociology, this is a very important category for Nicholas Luhmann. The second and third technology that enables the communication among absents is the radio and television, and it raises one very central question, and I'm gonna end my speech here. Here we should ask ourselves, within the national states, with the democratic structure, why from the 20th century there was a rush to regulate this communication means at the time? And the answer can be very simple, because the modern democracies they become dependent on the technologies of information and in an ambivalent and paradoxical way. Without these new technologies, there is no democracy in the complex societies. We are not able to communicate among absents. But at the same time, these new technologies, they become a threat to democracy. And you have to deal with this ambivalence because it's the precondition of uprising. And on the other hand, at the same time, it becomes a danger. And arriving to my last topic about the global digital sphere, I see that this ambivalence of technology is more evident in the new technologies of digital communication. And here we are in front of the modern challenge that Eduardo mentioned before in his slide. We have a public sphere that is structured by the digital services and handled by algorithms. And here we see a transition from the constitution of the public sphere that was centralized in big organizations and its technologies like the press, the radio frequencies, to a new public sphere centered on other technologies that make available this space for the content of third parties. And in this context that comes from the last decade of the last century, we see the transformations of these current times. If you think that before these newspapers they organized the dispersion of information, now the algorithms they are the ones organizing the information circulation in the society. The public sphere before these new technologies was presupposed as a community, and within some territorial borders, and now it's fragmented, it's shareable, and it has a transnational shape within the national states. And with the new technological means, there is this ambivalence of the technologies that they found this modern democracy, and they are also a threat, and they are dispersed in several scandals like the Brexit, the impact on the democratic elections in several places in the world, like in Brazil. And this moment of regulation over the last decades, they have changed it. If initially you had this myth in the like in this 19 article that we have the big master of the 19 article in this board. They looked at a stage of internet where the innovation was the main concern. Now, with several damages that we've seen, new discussions are coming from the digital law of Germany, and now it's the bill 2630.
And here now, advancing to conclusion, for last, we're still in an uncertain moment of the public sphere with the arrival and the coming of the massified access to applications that use AI. And here I get closer to Professor Garson's Urs idea on the earlier presentation about the cognitive dimension of the society, where law and the state must somehow deal with it. And this asymmetry of knowledge, increasing asymmetry of knowledge between the private society and state, which has the reflect over the regulatory aspect. And in the society of platforms, as I refer to it in my book, the content would be produced by third parties, human, and now with AI, it starts to be produced with AI applications in scale still. And from the regulatory point of view, we must think very seriously when we talk about AI. If we really need, and that was your question, right, Eduardo, in this regulatory race, we lost Europe. Europe is already in the first point, but now we need to see if it's really worth getting into this race to see if we want to be in the podium or if we want to get other characteristic and features of the modern society. For example, modern law, mainly the modern regulatory law, is based on the accumulation of damage experiences. You only regulate after or when you have the accumulation for some time of damage and the reflection over this damage or harm. And you don't regulate air traffic before you have airplane. It's very risky to do that. Probably you will force people to take a train or a car or reduce that air transportation flow. So in this phase, where the real damage or harm would be still sectorized, it's a huge risk to follow the European model. I believe that was also Professor Urs' position in the beginning of his presentation with a cross-cutting legislation. As we could read in the right in the horizon, uncertain horizon of the society, what would be the right pathway to take in a society that is increasingly more open and the implications have also a positive impact? Think about the health aspect. The model that I've proposed is a model to observe the European model, mainly the application when it's into effect, to see if it will impact innovation, but also it's not anything goes. The idea is sectorize and create within the sectors like health, industry, telecommunications, logistics, some observation points for the damage or harm that come and the actions over this damage. Because at the same time we can find and identify the damage, not impacting innovation. Think about health, crystallizing a high risk in health. I have a very close relation to Einstein in this technology side, and for Einstein Hospital, for them it will reduce in a considerable scale the investments in health. And health is where digitalization impacts in the most positive way the common population. So it is really complicated nowadays to think mainly in regulation of AI and creating a core or central authority because we don't have knowledge available for the state due to the asymmetry of knowledge with the civil society. It is very complicated in the academic logic to create a new laws. We have a tradition in Brazil of judicialization of everything possible. Everybody wants to be involved in those topics of new technologies. So this way of sectorizing and observing where really the damage and harm was created and make a surgical, accurate surgery to avoid the continuation of this damage, it would be the best way for Brazil to tackle this, the issue of AI regulation. And my conclusion would be to show how modern democracies are extremely dependent on new technologies. I showed here how the technology of orality was really a barrier for Rome and Greece, not to be able, to, little by little, even with this huge temporal space, to develop the concept of public sphere that presupposes technologies of communications among those that are absent. Because when you communicate among the absent ones, you introduce the temporal dimension of reflection, and public sphere is reflection. Public sphere is nowadays in our idea what we have of the core concept of modernity. And the new technologies and they have, well, for being the principles of democracy and also a threat, it has a paradoxical, ambivalent condition. And here is the core role of the legislator, of the Senate, this institution, which is, well, we have a word in German called Paradoxienfalten, which is developing this paradox and trying to somehow extract and foster and leverage the positive side and impede the negative aspects. So the main task of this institution, or the Federal Senate, which it has been doing it uh, effectively, is to deal with all of this paradox of modernity, where the new technologies give a foundation to the modern democracy and at the same time become a threat to it. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Ricardo. I believe it was a very precise presentation for bringing the idea. Well, that first of all, we are hostages of time as well. And it's important to consider how what we are not able to have enough visibility or predictability when we try to pave all of this road, and when we try to mitigate the damage and harm, and when we try to leverage and potentialize the rights. And I wrote the book, Connected Democracy, also in this perspective of Uge and Haberman in 2011. And back then we had a thesis about internet, about the digital sphere. And the thesis would be a thesis very optimistic, that it really could be helping in several processes. But now I believe that taking this line that Professor Gasser brought of optimism to less optimistic and then a pessimism, now our lens, they kind of see more the threats and we have more sensations of fear. Maybe today we are facing the antithesis of this idea of 10 years ago. And what I would like to propose, and I believe this is one of the challenges of this channel, is to synthesize this, summarize. But if it's not a synthesis, maybe taking advantage of the nuances we have, maybe we could see that we are not going to be able to synthesize it, specifically saying, but more of comprehending how the ambivalence of this process, or understanding this process as a true paradox. And in the middle of this digital evolution that we're going through, only the fact of trying to approach this paradox, we already have to make huge efforts. And huge efforts, well, Carlos Afonso has been making this effort, and I would like to pass the word to him now. Well, thank you. Hi. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be with you here in this panel with friends, dear friends, greeting Ricardo, Cris, Laura. It's wonderful to be debating with you all. And I would like to thank for the kind invitation to be here from the Federal Senate to be in this discussion. But before I start, I would like just to make an announcement. I never wanted to be a soccer player. That has never been my dream, and I never had that talent or skills. But I love American football. And now I feel myself as a true quarterback, because the astigmatism got me somehow, my short eye, and I need some other resources to try to deal with the luminosity. So I apologize a bit for my field positioning, and which is a bit impaired. I didn't inform in my registration information that my short eyesight could impair me. Well, I would like to use my time here to make just a quick journey to show us where we are at. And somehow, I feel deeply inspired by the presentations by Professor Magrani, Ricardo Campos, that spoke before me, because somehow they are speeches or presentations that connect to this challenge that we have ahead of us, which is understanding. And as it was really well said in the first slide of Professor Urs Gasser, there would be a look over sincerity, a sincere look about what we know and what we don't know, how we understand the topics with the tools that we have nowadays, and just paying homage to my students of the history of law that I will teach in Rio de Janeiro tonight, and the Code of Hammurabi. Just to mention this Code of Hammurabi, right? When it was removed from the earth and it started to be translated and worked on, we could see that it would be legal text. They would be legal text, and we thought, we found a code. Someone said very quickly, of course. Late 19th century and early 20th century, you find a material with several legal texts, you say, well, that's a code, right? And now in 2024, everybody calls that Hammurabi Code. I'm giving a hard life to the translators, to the interpreters, right? Hammurabi Code is not just a code. Clearly, it's not a code. The Hammurabi Code is a creation of a law, organic law, without any contradictions. But in the end, or late 19th century, that's what we know about the huge set of legal texts that looks like a law or a code. Nowadays, we know that's really sad. The Hammurabi Code is not a code, and it's not even a law, because we don't know any Babylon court that had applied the Hammurabi Code or the Code of Hammurabi as an abstract federal law. So luckily, it is administrative jurisprudence, Babylonic sovereign. I'm not here to talk about that, but I'm here to say that we sometimes name things based on what we know, based on what we can understand. And with time, we can see that the solutions from the past really deserve some adjustments. They need to be recalibrated. And I believe that this is the exercise. This is the most difficult part of dealing with the topic that we are going to talk about here. Because I'm not talking about a 1750 law before the Common Era. We're talking about 30 years of experience here about the topic. And I'm just trying to understand where I should click. And when we think about this topic, we are not talking about 1750 before the Common Era. We are talking about 30 years, almost 30 years, and we're trying to understand what marked these 30 years of debate. Some topics already were mentioned here in the presentations before me, but just to align all the information, and based on that, we could have a better discussion. I will separate by decades to make things easier. When we go to the 90s, as Professor Eduardo Magrani mentioned, a marker that is absolutely, or a point that it's mandatory, is the Declaration of Independence of the Cyberspace that in 1956 and 1996 reacted to the first movement made by the U.S. Congress, saying that the states had to remove their iron hands from the cyberspace, because the cyberspace would be a free space for the mind. So that is a view, as many have already mentioned here. And Professor Magrani said that nowadays it seems to be romantic, an illusion, of course, that state regulation would come. But it's important to say that Barlow's work came as this reaction to say, well, what would be the role of the right in the role of law in the development of the technology? Would be in the kickoff, saying what technology could do or not do. Well, what the U.S. Congress wanted to do would be impeding that children had access to adult content on the internet. And the discussion in 1995 with the U.S. Congress was how to bar or impede that underage had access to improper content for their age and for understanding. And in that time, the U.S. legislation established several barriers or obligations to the platforms that simply technically would be unfeasible. So that's why this law was declared totally unconstitutional, basically, only remaining the section 230, the Communication Decency Act. Communication Decency Act. So in the 90s, we have this scenario in the US, but Brazil is not just left behind. Brazil, in the early 90s, the Brazilian Congress already discusses the internet, and it discusses all based on a criminal bias, criminalizing some behaviors, and I believe this is the interesting part of this slide, having a reaction of the civil society to the proposal that was being discussed in the National Congress. Bill made by Deputy Gerardo Rolino, and it's substituted by Representative Eduardo Azeredo, and then we have the creation of this campaign, late 90s and early 2000s. This campaign gets force in the first half of the next decade to think, well, how will Brazil take ownership of this technology called internet, and how the legislative institutions will get from the regulations that are needed and that are urgent and that are important for that. But when we go to the 2000s, there's an important point. The internet that Luis Raulino saw in 1999 was not the same internet prevailing half in the following decade. The major portals, right? Maybe you remember AOL American Online that sent us CDs at home, CD-ROM, to connect and dial into the portal. Well, that internet had already disappeared by mid of this decade, and we got to another point, a point where internet would be built and constructed based on the intelligence on the ends, and that's Web 2.0, what we called back then, right? Kind of cranky, but it's a collaborative web. This view of that, after all, the intelligence of the web would not be in the productive center of content. It would not be the major portals dominating it, but platforms that enabled third parties or users to create their own content. And the Time magazine in 2006, by the way, elects the person of the year, you. As we were talking about time, you something that aged really badly is this cover, because it says that you are the leader of information revolution. Welcome to your new world. So when we think nowadays in revolution of information, maybe we do not think in, well, as an individual being the protagonist of this story. They got different ingredients in this story. In the early 2006 in Brazil, we had the first case of blocking a site in our country, which is the case where YouTube was blocked due to a video involving an intimate video of a model in a public space for the happiness of the professors of civil right that law that for 10 years were teaching about this case involving privacy, notorious person, public space, and lots of evidences about the topic. But this topic is a theme that is important because in 2006, Brazil once again reacted to what it was saying in relation to technology. And the decision in the Court of Justice of São Paulo is a decision that is very iconic, because in that moment, the reaction of the court would be to say, well, if the platform cannot control the content that is posted by their users in a very efficient way, it should not exist in this country. It doesn't have the right to operate in this country. Clearly saying, it didn't take many days, the Court of Justice restructured the decision, understanding that while forcing the removal of the platform as a whole, they were removing from air not only the impugnated video or the penalized video, but all the set of knowledge and content and information there published in that platform. And it is a matter of proportionality here. And that called a lot of attention back there in 2006. So in 96, we started a discussion about laws and internet, laws and technology. After 10 years, in 2006, Brazil experienced this discussion on how we would deal with this internet phenomenon. But Brazil was not alone. All around the world, they were trying to analyze what would be the role or the future for the rules and regulations over this technology. And in 2006, it also starts the UN Summit about Internet Governance, IGF, where the first meeting was in Athens that year, and with this look of IGF and the UN, we started a discussion about the Internet Bill of Rights, an idea that there should exist a letter or a charter of rights for the Internet, a movement that somehow gains force, mainly, especially Brazil and Italy will be the main stakeholders of this movement. And that reaction to the bill, the Bill of Law of the cybercrime in the late 90s, finally gets a new look in mid of this decade with an initiative for the creation of a civil framework for internet or civil code, which comes is mentioned in this article of Reinaldo Lemos from 2007 and will generate a movement of public consultation over this topic in 2009 and 10. Well, 2009 and 10 is the first time that the federal government makes a public consultation to create a bill of law. It is very innovative, that is very radical, and as someone who had the opportunity to, together with Professor Magrani, to be very active and involved in this moment and in the public consultation of the civil code for the internet, I believe it's important to say that this consultation today would be from the old age. And it's a very artisanal consultation
of the methodologies, the tools, and that appeared. And on the same way, we were in 2010, the French archaeologists that carved the Hammurabi Code in 1902, and you see what you can are able to see and erect from what you have in that document. And this is for the one in the consultation, but also for the one contributing in this consultation. At the moment I have a public consultation, I have one particularity in which Brazil was the champion in the last decades. You grow the chance of somebody uh, can see something that you cannot see, and in some extent, the public consultations, this grade of participation that Brazil was able to generate in the internet policies and technologies is something that the chance somebody can see what you cannot see is much bigger. And you can see that in terms of privacy, freedom of speech, rights to access, safeguard, neutrality, etc. And this came within this bill that I don't know if you remember, but it was very interesting because the federal government uh, made the proposal for this text, and this proposal was the public consultancy. And several people they were discussing these articles of this bill as if it was a forum of internet. And just as Professor mentioned that the Wikipedia um, provides us a discussion for the notes, and it's very interesting because you see, okay, somebody wanted to insert this type of note, and there is another person saying, okay, this is not true. And behind the Wikipedia, there is a huge showcase. It's a polemic social media in Brazil, and it's worth to follow. And the digital framework of the internet it starts on 2010. It goes to the Congress in 2011, and in 2011 have another situation that connects Brazil to the world. It's a turning point of internet and democracy, and this is the panel of topic of our panel. We have the beginning of the Arab Spring, and the north of the Arabic Peninsula is shaked, and the internet, especially the social media, they promise to take down dictatorships from decades. And we know how this Arabic Spring didn't come out with the best results that we imagined, but in 2011, it was through this sentence: as much technology, more democracy. As much internet, we have more democracy. And thinking of 2024, this join of these two words, internet and democracy, maybe you go into this topic from another perspective, but it's very interesting to think that in 2011, the perspective of the what was happening in the world, and especially in Arabia, we had the perception that the social medias would provide more democracy. And in this context, Brazil starts the approval of the digital internet framework imposed by the Snowden pub- publications in 2013. And I think it's important to mention one thing. Just as the internet framework was approved in 2014, after very much connected to the scandals of spying that was revealed by Snowden from one spying international program that was spying Petrobras and also the President Dilma. The internet framework comes as a legislation reaction to this scandal. In some extent, we can see that this context is appearing again in other times, and this framework is approved. It gets some compliments by Chin Dungslin, the creator of the web, and it shows that they are signaling a they are showing an expression of uh, their satisfaction of how we are ruling the internet, and in some extent the civil framework of internet was laid to our society, and the civil framework from the like the 230 regulation, if you can call that, it was before, but it's an option to not regulate it. It's not a regulation itself, but in some extent, the decisions of this topic they were taken in several places in the world 10 years before. And in Brazil, we were late in this party, but when we arrived, in some way, the civil framework learned from the mistakes and from other countries and to adjust them. And in some way, this is what the way that we can think of our regulation of technologies from now on. We have to observe what is happening in other countries, understand what works, know the adjustments we need to make, and understand the role and the unique voice of Brazil in this debate. I will not take longer in the civil framework of internet. Serves for other instruments too. Italy also makes the same thing, and all the process of the Italian consultation is very inspired in the Brazilian process. And the difference is that it's not a federal law that they have to apply. It's just a recommendation. It comes from the Italian legislative that goes to the judiciary, and once Italy made it, France inspires in Italy, and they make their legislation reform, especially in civil terms, thinking of the digital rights uh, perspectives. And this is something that the very important and taking into consideration that the Brazilian system also was reformed. And heading towards the end and looking at what is happening now, uh, in 2016, we see that something is much more comfortable than the ancient times. And 2016 is very curious because um, the idea that Cambridge Analytica had the power to change the elections in the United States is a piece of marketing, and it is bought by many people. And now I have to say that with some awareness that this is a special message that we have to send to the legislation houses so that we don't regulate and legislate over the narratives that were created by marketing pieces, because nobody doubts that internet performed a very important role in the way that we understand the American election 2016, the outing of England in the Brexit, but this is not the element that defines the outcome. This element alone brings to the outcome. Otherwise, we are falling into a trap that we are buying one type of narrative and that in some extent reflects a scare. They were scared of the power of technology, and this is something that we see very well performed in the discussion of the AI. And effectively, just concluding my speech, we see that in the years 20, we have a sight over the path of democracy and regulation. Uh, the impact that this can have in our radar, and knowing that this is not a key to understand the internet in 2009 2010 when we make the consultation over the internet. And the ability of having this law is to enable this complement, this updating that is welcome and it's necessary. And in some extent, I think this is the debate that we have nowadays. In the legislation courts, we have the topic of the digital platform and the AI in our radar. These are topics, fundamental topics that we need to reflect to go towards these normatives. And because of the January 8th, here in Brazil has a very important role to go into discussion, and I say because of one very specific reason. And I'm gonna skip some very funny slides. If you want to see them, you can ask. If you ask the AI to create the image from the Praça dos Três Poderes, you can see that image. But I'm writing a paper for the seminar. For a seminar with a. I'm calling it the storm after the storm, which is the play with the words that the storm can be um, the storm in itself, but invading the public building. But we look at this moment after the January 8th and the debate that we face over the normatives over these technologies and the AI. And it's important to say to all of you that um, speaking about here in the Senate, we are looking at the debates that are coming out of the legislation houses, but this is something that is shared by many organs that and many powers that live in this moment a year of reflection over this topic. And in the legislation houses, we have the platform problem and the social media in the other place, and the federal Supreme Court. They have the platforms and also two cases of the apps blocking. And on the other side of the square, have the executive house. They are facing this problem of threat on the schools and the violence in the schools and all the discussion of the G20 that we have ahead of us in this year. And my slide was small, but I would like to say that out of this square, we have the election Supreme Court. And here it's important to say that the article of the election uh, code provides a state of technology article at each 2 years. The TSA is mentioning how the technology they have interact with these elections, and then they make these normatives to the internet. From that moment, we have the technology and the elections, and that's my point. The election law provides the TSA a time, a framework, and at each 2 years they can look at the internet, at the techniques, and they provide a vision, a perspective, an opinion, and we have to think of uh, norm the technology, but norm with technology. What are the tools that we have to norm technology in a way that it can be calibrated, updated, and can be true due to this time, but also can have the tools that the to avoid the problems that Professor Eduardo mentioned, so that we cannot be out of date. These ideas can be expired, and I think this is the challenges that we have ahead of us. And I apologize for taking more time that I should have, and I apologize for that. And thank you one time more for being part of this conversation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carlos Afonso, and thank you for accepting this challenge of reflecting over all these threats and risks, but from the lights of other processes. And you took this layer of temporality, bringing with humility this notion of what we were able to see and foresee to the time, and think of a legal framework, civil framework. This is which is a therapy for all of us, from many professors present here that participated in this process, and taking from this reflection our um, Ariadne thought, and this is to reflect about what are the guidelines that were successful. And I think that you were very successful in mentioning the online participation, the saying that we have to look for more participation and knowledge, and that's what the civil framework enabled us in that time, when we had the perspective of the log time of guard, and we were trying to distinguish very in an amateur way this type of information. And now we saw so many comments that were in a different direction that were the expectation, but this is so um, satisfying to look at this result. And it's I think that would be much easier to do with data scrapping nowadays, and that's something that we have still to implement. Yeah, they skipped to the middle of the presentation. Okay, guys, this is the middle of the presentation. Please go back to the beginning, the first slide. Okay, good morning. Good morning. It's a great joy to be here with all of you. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this anniversary of this house that's so found to democracy, that has always done its role to strengthen democracy. It's a great honor to be here with my colleagues, those in the audience as well. And I'd like to congratulate the organization of this event for all this greatness and for having this great experience. I don't know if you were in the concert yesterday, which was wonderful. And um, it was very challenging and also interesting to think of this presentation for today because they are topics that Carlos Afonso mentioned. For we have worked for that with that for 3 decades. There are so many topics, um, themes, and they've also done a historic of how we arrived today, the lessons we've learned. And I would like to take one topic to think from these, analyze it from these lessons. I think that he mentioned before very interestingly that it's not the matter of demonizing technology or to worship it, but we have to think of this oxymoron and to think of this ambivalence, and from what we have today, how we can proceed. And I will talk about one topic that's very fun for me, and it's a topic that we can not forget to mention, which is the role of AI in the fields of the governance and the public policies. And the main issue is to think of the challenges of the current state from the use of AI in several sectors like health, education, the urban development, and how we can try to create these tools, regulation tools that can guarantee and strengthen democracy, even knowing about the risks that democracy uh, can be affected with all the experimentations that we've seen and the implementations that we've seen. And here I have one image in which we can talk about different perspectives over technologies that happened from the moment we created photography. Photography would finish with paintings, and here we have the girl with the pearl ring, a Vermeer painting that is in the Mauritius in the Netherlands, and they seized this original painting to the Rijksmuseum. And what happened was that the directorate of the museum did not have an open space in the wall. They had a concourse so people could reread the original painting of Vermeer, and this workpiece was the awarded one. For some, this is a workpiece, and for others, it's an affrontation, and it's now there. This polemic came out with the same trends, discursive trends that we observed when the internet arrived. We thought that the internet would fragment the community, would generate chaos. Or on the opposite, there were people saying that these would create a collective intelligence, and from that moment on, democracy would flourish and everything would work out well. And from this discourse in the public sphere, we see this problem in the discussion of the AI. Either AI will be the end because it has some risks, it can reproduce inequalities, but it also has its potentialities, and I would like to discuss these possibilities. There is a research that came out very recently and heard over 400 specialists in the area in which they thought about the gains and risks of the use of the AI. And one of the observations they had was the possibility of ascension of autocratic governments. And of course, the AI will not generate these governments, but there is one correlation that is investigated.
And then we could see some results of the surveys or polls nowadays, and that's a report that is annual about the progress or the setback of democracy to the University of Gothenburg in Sweden, which demonstrates a significant parcel of the community that are in autocratic countries due to Asia and the and part of Europe, but we have a lot of autocratic regimes. And in the same survey or poll, well, it's very tiny for you to see, but in the same survey or poll, we got some topics related to AI, and we consider the impact in the individual aspect of life. So those bars to the left, the blue ones, are opinions saying, well, for this type of topic here, AI will impact negatively. So rights to privacy, rights to personal data protection, and human rights also, which is fundamental. But when asked about the institutions, social institutions, the same thing. You have several problems that could be severed with the use of AI, like inequity reduction or the electoral processes and political processes, but also you see several benefits with AI in the field of health, in the field of education, and in the field of urban development as well. And we have several risks to democracy that were discussed by Castells yesterday, and Gasser also mentioned today, the echo chambers and the filter, the bubble filters, and the control and establishment of several networks that will privilege the collective and democracy. So you have self-reference bubbles that normally are built based on truths that are not really aligned to the facts. So that will generate lots of risks, and AI has a kind of a influence, but obviously that is not a determinant factor. So I would just like to talk about 1 minute for the risk of inequality reduction. That's one of the central topics studied by several movements, which is the possibility of having algorithms to, well, so you can generate some ways and practices of preconcept or prejudice. Of course, the algorithm is not what will the one that will reproduce or be the preconcept or prejudice, but it is a database which is being developed with data from people and human beings. And lots of times they have this prejudice or ethnical preconcepts or prejudice ratio. So we have several initiatives, mainly in public security, where you will have some algorithms that try to rank suspicious people that are arrested, and this ranking will be discriminatory. Or you will have black people with a high level of risk with a minimum criminal record, like theft in a supermarket, and having a ranking of high risk to the society. And white people with 1, 2, 3 scores, no risk at all, when the criminal record is huge. So that is not the blame of the algorithm or responsibility of the algorithm, but of the database that fed and made this algorithm exist. So this database would be of sentences of racial judges, racist judges. So when we think in regulation, we have to think in what to do so we can prevent or avoid this type of risk and this type of risk to democracy. But now, once again, in a more optimistic look, I loved the example of Wikipedia that Gauss brought, and I would like to mention the possible gains to democracy with AI. And also these experts brought lots of gains in health. Ricardo mentioned here, we have the possibility of predictability, predicting diseases many years in advance, and you have in the field of science technology. And I would like to focus a little bit when Carlos Afonso talked about the soccer player. Well, if this is a soccer game, I feel like a tennis player because my area is more innovation in public policies and not law. So I would like to think about the participative democracy and how we could, well, a bit on the collaborative production of Wikipedia idea, how we could use AI to enhance governmental practices and democratic practices. How would that be possible? So we know that we had the community of the Internet Civil Code, which was a milestone in our history, bringing citizens to participate, to see the demands, and etc. But we also know on the field of digital democracy about several problems that we face when thinking about all of the, let's say, the nuances of the participative democracy. So even if we have in Brazil excellent initiatives, we had now recently the participative PPA, we have several platforms, and the e-citizenship is one of those examples that will bring the citizen to the decision-making political process, but we still, besides that, we have a low effective participation of the citizens and the several sectors of the civil society as well. And also, when the citizens take part or participate, we can see that there isn't installed capability or capacity to take advantage of all the feedback. The participative PPA itself had several contributions, and how were they systematized? Not all of them were used. And then that's where, what we have today would be several initiatives, and I could here bring the example of a software being developed in NYU, the New York University, by the Lab of Governmental Studies. And this software is a development of GPT-4. And the idea would be to get a public issue and think, how can I solve that problem? Bringing together all the interested stakeholders, all the segments, all the players involved. So that is an example of those students, the US students and the US children that have a low proficiency in reading. Only 32% of children have proficiency in reading. That's what they found. And how are we going to organize to think about solutions for that public problem or issue? So we have a whole methodology that must be created, and then we refer back to that again. We are in the beginning of an era where AI will be part of our lives. And it's going to be very difficult from some time to differentiate what is a public policy done by human agents or a public policy made by non-human agents. And that we're not going to have any borders soon, and we are not going to be able to define that in a significant way. So we must create new methodologies. And then that's what they're doing now. We are starting to do here as well. Well, how we can create these processes for co-production or collaborative production of public policies and laws. And then we have several advantages that the use of those tools, especially the Gen AI, for the systematization of demands. So you identify the problems in a much quicker way, you systematize in a much more agile way the demands. You can, the software itself will suggest you some scenarios and will combine some solutions. And that is very interesting because that will not only optimize the time, but also enhance the quality of what we're going to have in the end. You're going to project scenarios and test with several solutions until we have really, in fact, a governmental action which is effective to solve that public issue. And then some examples here, a bit of what I mentioned before. I believe now we have to think in what would be the methodologies that we must use. What are the techniques that we already have since the Internet Civil Code that we must enhance? How are we going to work on that? Well, we have to work with innovation in this area is, well, being in the eye of the hurricane. So we have to be understanding everything, all the phenomena while things are happening. And some challenges, I'm not going to focus much on all of them because we don't have time. I think everybody's already hungry. It's close to lunchtime. But some serious challenges that I see with the use of AI itself for co-creation of public policies. We have a huge risk of leaving humans outside, the human agent and the collective intelligence, human collective intelligence, and that's very serious because we go back to those serious risks of reproducing inequality. We are going also to talk about another topic this afternoon in the event. I would like to regulation. I would like also to talk about digital sovereignty. I believe it's fundamental. We must build mechanisms to have the control and management over our data, not only citizen data, but also institutional and governmental data. And that is really important. Morozov came here last year, and he has a sentence that I agree completely, which is technological sovereignty is a prerequirement for economical and political sovereignty. And then I close with this idea that was already mentioned here, but well, it's very important. It's even more important than regulating technology would be to regulate the uses and intentions of those that are developing the political project. So we have political projects that will develop the AI instruments, and they will generate the effect in the society. We need to understand these political processes, and we need to understand who uses for what, and we know that there are some specific interest groups taking care of a world digital infrastructure, which is a serious problem where we have all of our data being taken care of, a company which is not even in Brazil, and that is an issue of digital sovereignty, which is fundamental to be taken care of. And that's it. I believe our main challenge is how to maintain and strengthen democracy in this digital area we are living in. We have the conditions for that. Now we need to think in a political project for that. What would be the democratic values that we're going to tackle, and what would be the ones that we are really going to be implementing in our century? Thank you. Thank you so much, Cristiana. Due to time, I'm going to pass the word now directly to Professor Larache. Well, thank you so much, Eduardo. Good afternoon, everyone now. Everyone, it is a huge pleasure to be here. I would like to greet the Senate for organizing this wonderful event. I believe it's a great opportunity for us to debate such interesting topics. I would like to greet my colleagues in the panel, Carlos Afonso, Eduardo, Ricardo Campos, and Cristiana, my colleague from the University of Brasilia. And well, certainly I will start with your question, Eduardo, about pessimism. This remembers me of well, an event that I was, a UNESCO event, Internet for Trust, last year, and that was very pessimistic because it starts, maybe I believe, it is an important data for our era. It starts with an important speech of Maria Hesse, a journalist, talking about how lots of times when we don't have facts and we don't have the conditions to trust, we are not going to have conditions to have a democracy. I believe that was an extremely important moment, and it starts with a poem. Before Maria Hesse's speech, there was a beautiful poem showing how internet has these two sides, strongly connected to the participations here of our colleagues that spoke before me. And the poem was saying, well, the same hand which could feed you, that could hold you, could suffocate you. So that demonstrate, and I brought these strong sentences, but it demonstrates a bit of the moment of pessimism and this backlash that we are experiencing. Can you hear me well? Is the audio okay? All right. So I believe that that's very important. We cannot be taken by pessimism, mainly when we are here in this institution, a legislative institution, important as the Senate, and we cannot be led by pessimism when we think about the state actions and regulation actions. But I think it's important for us to reflect about our time. Really, all of you and Eduardo, your contribution was really important. It shows that we are in an important moment of changes, and it's a fundamental. I always like to think less in pessimism and optimism, but think that we really depend on a digital public sphere for our democracy. And when we think in fundamental rights, we just think that we should, to exercise the fundamental rights and human rights now, we need this public sphere. We need to communicate. We need the digital means. So I believe this is important to show that on one hand, there is a risk coming from these means in the public sphere. Lots of times there are like algorithms, but we also need it to exercise our rights of association, communication, and freedom of speech. But also, well, maybe that feels very basic, but it shows a challenge for us that we have, because it shows us that we need, on one hand, to have a minimum basic regulation in several areas to exercise these rights, but if this regulation is excessive and if the intervention is wrong, the same act that tried to allow or enable the exercise of these rights could really bring in a violation to this right or the violation to our freedom. So I believe that is enough to show that the challenge is huge. And my speech, I would like just to mention specifically about the Brazilian context. And with that, I would like to work first on the advances that I see in our country, and what are the deficits. So then we can think on the pathways. So that's how I structured, based on the three axes. I believe in terms of advances and progress, Daphne brought a great discussion on the Civil Code, approved in 2014. And this year we celebrate 10 years of the Civil Code. I believe that's a very important data. And we have the General Law of Data Protection from 2018. And this marks, or somehow, and here I also would like to mention and remember that our dear professor and friend Amilo Doneda, with whom who left us really early, but I could work with him, and several other people could work with him actively to approve the General Law of Data Protection. 8 years debating the law in the House of Representatives and Senate, and I believe that being the Civil Code in 2014 or the General Law of Data Protection in 2018, this was a very important foundation for this architecture of a digital citizenship, or in this normative architecture for the 21st century. So I believe it's important for us to mention these two main milestones or codes. And these, we also should discuss on how we should be advancing from that point. And I want to identify then here with this audience here, and in this so interesting panel, what would be the deficits that we can identify nowadays in the Brazilian context specifically? Well, the first that I would like to mention is an institutional deficit. We live in Brazil, we experience in Brazil governmental coordination deficit as well. We don't have in the Brazilian state a place to discuss digital rights. And it's curious that these topics of regulation are so complex as well. And I think it's interesting to notice how, and maybe that's why the legislative institutions are having this leadership, like in the Bill of Law that started in the House of Representatives 2120, because the executive doesn't have space for each of these topics, or a single space for each of those topics. Of course, each of the ministries are working. The Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation would be working on the strategy with AI, and we have the Ministry of Justice and Secretariat of Communication working with the regulation of content, but there isn't a unique institution working with it. And it's interesting to discuss with our colleagues, our foreign friends, how to overcome this issue. I believe this is a challenge to progress in these topics. And with these discussions, we must have a different discussion. And we don't have a place to formulate new proposals, to formulate new, or the enhancement, or where we should go in AI or platform regulations. And well, we have a huge debate where we cannot advance in two major topics, being in the Bill of Law of AI or in the Bill of Law called fake news law, but it's also for the regulation of platforms, which is 2630. We always have that doubt on who would regulate that, who would be the competent authority, who will have this competence for the supervision. And I believe the institutional deficit now hinders us to think in this formulation of new policies and an enhancement or an improvement, or it also bars the initial discussion of the merit of the project, because sometimes we are stuck, and that happened in the Bill of Law 2630. A lot of you will remember, where we were not able to discuss the merit of the regulation of the platform in 2630 in the House of Representatives, because we couldn't get to a consensus on who would regulate, who would supervise and inspect and enforce. I believe that's a fundamental point for us to advance in terms of state, Brazilian state, much more than a government aspect. And when we think in normative deficit, I would just like to bring a point. The main point of the normative deficit that we have nowadays in relation to a separation of responsibilities. And here, I will always refer to these major topics. Platform regulation on one side, which would be the Digital Service Act in European language, and the regulation of AI on the other hand. Also in the European language would be the AI Act. And the normative deficit, I believe that we need to discuss better this separation of responsibilities and accountabilities of the stakeholders in the digital environment. And I will also mention an important topic to all. When we refer to the Article 19 in the Civil Code, we have all kinds of proposals revoking Article 19. It's being discussed in the Supreme Court, a regulation of the Supreme Court about this topic. And we have to discuss that. It was really important. That's why I mentioned, as a progress of the Civil Code, there is a context of approval where it was really important, mainly for our Brazilian institutional arrangement. We have a context where the civil accountability for the platforms and the application providers, and considering our judicial system. And here I will remember that in the year 2022, we had 31 million new cases in the Brazilian judicial power, just to give you an idea of the numbers. And we have something which is not common in other countries, which is moral damage, and that you would subject those actors or agents to a risk or an individualized accountability for moral damage, and we don't have that in Germany, based on the content and third-party content. And this explains in lots of cases why we adopted this position, and this was an accurate position. I believe the major thing here is that besides civil accountability, in a much more complex environment where the platforms are not, well, at least they haven't been, right, but they are not neutral anymore in relation to the content being circulating there. Very different from that. There is an activity of amplifying this content, and there's a digital announcement, and I believe there is a discussion where we have other duties. We have some other things that should be adopted to mitigate the risks in content. And in Article 19, we also have lots of things that have not been thought to deal with. So I think we have to evolve in this discussion. If there are other, not only civil responsibility, and we have to discuss other aspects as well. We had the responsibilities for the intermediates in the German concept does not generate any indemnization, only to seize the conduct. And that's an important point for us to evaluate and discuss seriously on, well, with illegal content and illicit content, what would be the conduct independently of a judicial individualized decision? Because I will remember the cases of the famous announcements of the coup of January 8th, mentioned by Kafi as well. If I believe, NetLab had, if I don't remember, we had 80,000 announcements that they announced. And would we need 80,000 lawsuit decisions to remove these contents? So I believe that clearly we must evolve in this interpretation. And I believe that very carefully and in a balanced way. The institutional development of Article 19 is still there, and we have to discuss the civil accountability on one side. And
it continues being the order, and I always understand this to be a complex termination that we need to face, and we are facing that as in a coordinated way, systematized way, standardized way. With the bill 2630, the actors, they are solving this type of solutions, and I'm gonna mention one, which is the Anatel solution that has a responsibilization of these markets, the Mercado Livre, which are the marketplaces, by understanding that we are not able and they are not neutral in the case of the content that is the product that's being sold. And what I'd like to comment, we have this Anatel position and this recent resolution from TSE, which is that we in Brazil, I would like to make interpretation with the fear of notice action, of notice of taking down, thinking of this civil responsibility discussion, and we've had this notice and judicialization, this excessive judicialization, this taking away of this content, and most of these organs and entities in Brazil, they came out of a interpretation of immunity, of a very wide concept, immunity, of the civil article in thesis that we are the provider is not does not need to do anything until he gets one individual decision, and this is the interpretation that we have to take into consideration, that they can just cross their arms and say, okay, until I don't have any type of decision, don't have to do anything. And from this interpretation to a wide humanity, it's a situation that you have a previous monitoring and without any notification. And here I make a defense that we need to face these difficult challenges, this responsibility repetition in this topic of the platform regulation, and I will get to this IA regulation, in which we should not discuss the duties and the responsibilities of dividing these duties. The interpretation of many of these organs is much more radical than the motives in action. It's an interpretation of a previous monitoring in which it's not necessary to notify, and even more, that you can have a higher risk for censure. We have a very important task of looking for a balanced interpretation, understanding the limitations of our past interpretations, and I understand we have this deficit in the repartition of responsibilities in Brazil, with a big risk of having actors interpreting heterodox interpretation in these concrete and complex cases that arrive at each day. What I would like to bring here to the board is one point regarding AI. It's fundamental in this area we have already mentioned, and here we have a deficit, which is understanding how this chain is created, how this division of responsibilities is done in this life cycle of the AI. And there is one article of the Professor Lack Hoffman, and she says about the dual platform observability. And we have to look for this observability of these platforms. When she talks about this concept, she mentions about one public sphere that's dominated nowadays by the algorithms. And I mentioned about the recommendation algorithms, and why is important to observe and understand. That's important because, especially because we are in the Senate, observing may be kind of obvious, but can we ask ourselves, why can't we observe these uh, mechanisms in the digital environment? And but if I ask you what was the news feed in the Facebook of CAF, and what was the news recommended for me or for you to Bandeira or to Ricardo or to Cristiano or Eduardo, we are not able to observe in a collective way these behaviors because it's personalized. All these we have this big task, which is to regulate, to observe. I can only know the problems when we observe. We know the risks, they are documented, but I cannot know what happens, especially in these political processes that Professor mentioned, because we are not able to observe these environments and understand that there is a normative deficit in the responsibility repartition, the ability to observe from the state, because we cannot even understand the systems. And I would like to arrive to the third deficit in my Brazilian context analysis, which is the self-regulation context. We cannot face the institutional problem of coordinating and leading these discussions in the Brazilian state regarding the technologies. We are not able to advance in the discussions within the legal framework of responsibility repartition and the duties of each actors in this environment. We're not able to create an environment in which we can understand how the IA work, how these life cycles they work, how when there will be a problem if we can identify them. And the third deficit, which is we are not able to engage the companies in a self-regulation, in a system of co-regulation yet, which is the system that can be more powerful and maybe the only exit for one solution in regulation terms. And I understand that we have to identify these three deficits because we need to act in all of them. And in my perspective, we cannot only think of the responsibility distribution because once we've done that, when it's clear, we have to have clear the duties of each actor. And from the moment we observe the acting performance and the risks of these the due systems, we need to bring these actors and incentivize them to have proactive measures, conduct codes, just as are the reinforced codes of disinformations and many others. And there is not another way out in regulation terms, adequate regulation outing that can give up on these private actors. And I believe this is a very important deficit. We have CONAR, for example, here, that is a publicity that has a publicity regulation code, and but nowadays we don't have any type of data protection regulation. There is not any type of project or proposal to have any type of regulation in the social media in Brazil, which I also find to be interesting. And having said that, I would like to arrive to the ways. And I understand that we have two proposals, important proposals, in the Brazilian Congress. The 2630, which is a proposal of the platforms regulation, and the bill um, 2668. And I was the writer of this bill, this NI bill, that was presented by the Senator President, and it had this number. And I understand this proposal to be one proposal of regulation of minimum procedures. And I understand it to be very important because we should not commit the same mistake of when we were making the responsibility distribution in the case of the platforms. We should not do the same thing with AI. If we don't have minimum requirements to have a transparency in the system, minimum rights, a risk classification, a modeling by one side based in risks and in rights, and if we have a central coordination alliated to the sectorial regulation, I believe us to have more problem afterwards with entities and organs adopting understandings in a very different way, but and be in transparency, responsibility, accountability, in rights, because we have right to the information in the consumer code, we have these in the CDC, and if we didn't have this regulation in minimal terms of these procedures, and I understand that the bill 2338, which begs us to have a clarification because it's not a complex bill. It is a bill with rights. It is at the same time with a modeling based on risks, which is fundamental because on the other hand, we would have some applications with um, this information subjected to more rigid applications. But if we see this life cycle, we are able to do it. And for the companies, there will be more judicial security, and because they are having some responsibilities, participation. And if we have a unsafe system, we'll not be able to know where the problem is. and it was in the we can ask whether it was in data training, in the statistic model, or in the operator model, in the use of the systems, application of the systems. We cannot find where the problem is. So there is this distribution of responsibilities, this transparency, this minimum accountability required for this bill, and it is important, in one hand, to have more judicial security and some guarantees of the fundamental rights. And I end up by saying that the pessimism that Eduardo mentioned in the beginning is nowadays expressed in the states by being the risk of not acting, which looks to be higher than the risk of acting. We need to do that in a balanced way with lots of dialogues with the society. And in this moment, Senate has a proposal that is important. The chamber has another proposal of platform regulation, and we are in the decisive moment to complement this architecture um, that we started to build with the civil framework of internet and the uh, data protection digital law. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Laura, pelos excelentes inputs.
Thank you very
Obrigado
much,
por
Lara,
ter
for your
levantado
inputs
as
and for
provocações no sentido de
having
fazer
addressed the
desse painel
provocation and making this panel
painel
a
capaz de uma reflexão
panel
não só
with a
histórica,
not
mas também
only
propositiva, né? Eu acho que a
historical
Laura trouxe isso muito bem.
proposal but
Acho que estamos
a
mesmo na fase
propositive
hoje de
proposal.
digerir
We are in the
determinadas
moment of
experiências. Falamos
digesting
de
some
tanto aqui, desde
experiences
o
and
marco civil
have
da internet,
mentioned
até a
so
Lei Geral de
many
Proteção de
here
Dados,
from
numa
the
espécie de
civil
síntese, né?
framework of
Pensando nesse
internet,
período
and we
romântico,
created a
de certa
synthesis from a
visibilidade,
more
pensando que
romantic
já temos
moment
algum
that we
amadurecimento.
didn't
E
have
nessa
much
lógica,
visibility, and one
talvez o
moment
desafio
that we
agora
have
de
more
dominar medos, eu acho que
a
também
matured
seja uma boa-chave
character.
interpretativa
And I
para
don't
nesse
think that
momento
fear
pensarmos
it's a
realmente em
interpretation
estratégias
key, and
e
I think
compreender
that we need
para
to
que
think
isso
of
seja
strategies
efetivo, os
to
paradoxos e
and so we
ambivalenças
can
que
make
o
it
Ricardo também trouxe muito bem.
effective. We
O
have to look
futuro,
at the
como o professor
ambivalences,
Gasser trouxe, é um
and
futuro
the future
disruptivo,
is
de
disruptive.
constante mudança,
It's of
e eu acho que a
constant
função desse
changes,
painel
and the
foi
function
tentar
of this
refletir
panel was to
pouco
reflect
sobre onde
about
acertamos,
where
no fim das
we
contas.
were
Nesse
right.
processo todo
And
de
in this whole
baixa
process of
visibilidade,
low
né, de
visibility,
pretensão
of
regulatória, tentando entender
regulation
o papel do
pretensions,
direito,
in trying to
como
understand the role of
poderia ou não limitar a inovação,
rights
também tiveram
and
acertos. Eu acho que
limiting
conseguimos
innovations,
endereçar nesse
etc.
painel
We also had
alguns dos
some
possíveis acertos e
successes.
possamos
And
pensar, né, em como
from
realmente
that, we can think of
implementar
how we
da
can
melhor forma
implement
possível
in the
os
best way
guardrails
the
ou as estratégias de
guardrails and
governança que
the
temos à frente
governance
em
strategies ahead
cenários
of
tão
us in
desafiadores como, por exemplo, o
so
cenário da inteligência
challenging
artificial.
scenarios,
Pessoal, em
which
função do
are,
tempo,
for
não vamos
example,
ter
the
tempo para
AI.
perguntas e respostas aqui,
Due to
mas
lack of
algumas já
time,
conseguem
we don't
ingressar aqui na
have
internet.
the
Nossa
possibility
organização
to have
vai enviar
questions
esses
right now,
palestrantes e os
but
nossos
some of
palestrantes vão
them they are
continuar aqui
sent
também. O evento vai
in the
continuar. Eu
internet,
convido a todos para
and
seguirem também na parte da
after
tarde.
in the
E, antes de
afternoon
mais
we
nada,
have the
agradeço a
second
todos os
part of our
palestrantes pelo
event,
ótimo painel.
and I
Obrigado a
thank you
todos.
for this excellent panel. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, ask you to have your phones on the silent mode, please, so we can start our session in the afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We have the beginning of the second session, the AI and Democracy and Perspectives for the Future. The moderator for this conference will be the professor from the Pontifical University of São Paulo, Dr. Kaufmann. Dr. Kaufmann is the professor in the program Technologies of Intelligence and the Digital Design of PUC São Paulo. Has a PhD in the USP, uh, also with the uh, associate degree in the Sorbonne University, and she's got the degree also in the UFRJ in Rio de Janeiro, and she's author of two books. First, AI will replace the human intelligence or not. She's the columnist of the Época Negócios magazine, and from this moment, Dora Kaufmann will lead the works in this afternoon. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this invitation in this anniversary of 200 years of the Senate. For those who accompanied yesterday, it was very beautiful. The concert, the evening, a very important moment of our history. And I am very grateful and honored of participating in this seminar that brought so many relevant topics for our society in Brazil or many other places. Today's topic in this first panel of the afternoon is the AI and democracy. I was mentioning to our speaker that everything that's involving AI is not trivial. I've done an exercise of synthesizing anything relating to AI, any regards to democracy, which is a very wide and challenging topic. Um, AI has, with all the issues involved, um, it doesn't matter the area that's related to, um, it has some benefits and some challenges that need to be reflected and also considered in terms of impacts, especially in negative terms. And from the perspective of democracy, the topics that contribute have an access not only because of AI, but also due to the previous information that we've been exposed in the past years, the diversity and quantity of information that we've been exposed, but also the control that the state has the mechanism of control over the citizen, but there is also the opposite because the citizen also has some forms of control over the state. And in a specific issue that will be mentioned today, we are in a very important year in which we have so many elections in the same year. We have over 50% of the grown-up population voting in the world in very important elections. I highlight the ones in the United States, the election for the renewal of the European Parliament, and also the municipality elections in Brazil in the second semester. And one of the discussions we've got, or some of the ones we have is about the proliferation and the empowering of the proliferation of fake news due to these AI technologies, especially in the solution called deepfake. It's not new solution, something that's behind of it, the technique behind of it, or the solution from the technological point of view. It was created 2014, which is GAN, but it perfectionated itself, and through the uh, regenerated regeneration AI, it's possible for any person to create a fake news or a reproduction of a person, or if a politician with his voice. And we are under this discussion right now, and maybe you have accompanied in these past days in which the Supreme Court has talked about these uh, the use of the AI in the municipality elections. And I would like to present our speaker to our talk, Professor Hugo. He's the titular professor of law in Torino. He's author of 13 monographies and 6 essays in academic magazines. His interests are on AI, on law, governance, interaction among human beings and robots, and law in the technology of information. And I've mentioned that the topic is technology in democracy, and the idea that professor will um, explain and mention will be about the past of the AI and some reflections about how this can unfold in the future regarding the pillars of democracy. Be very welcome, Professor, and you have the floor.
Hey Siri. Thank you very much for the introduction, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be here with you. It should. So it's a pleasure to be with you here celebrating 200 years of the Federal Senate. And again, thanks for the invitation. And well, this is the topic. I suppose I have 1 hour or so. I will try to sum up not 25 years in this field, but what I've been doing over the past years with the European Commission, with the World Health Organization, and last year with the Japanese government at the G7 meeting, dealing with this kind of technology. In a way, politicians started be worried about AI, I would say, 8 years ago, more or less. This is when the European Parliament passed a famous resolution inviting the European Commission about the very possibility of granting electronic personhood to some robots. I'm guilty of that. Then the European Commission created 2 expert groups on AI and ethics on the one hand, AI and liability on the other. In 2017, I was part of the expert group dealing with matters of legal accountability and liability for the use of these technologies. And we presented our proposal to the European Commission, and part of it is now part of the Artificial Intelligence Act. As I like to joke, the better part of the Artificial Intelligence Act was our work. When the European Commission and the Parliament didn't follow our advice, that was a problem. I'm kidding. So, on this basis, this is what I propose to you. First, to focus on what's unique to AI. why this kind of technology is raising a class of completely new normative, which means moral, legal, and economical issues. Here I will start with a very easy definition of AI, then the complexity will increase. What's AI? Well, this is the nightmare of the Artificial Intelligence Act. What's the material scope of this legislation? Just for starters, what's AI? It's a technological systems that can act or can think like humans do, and in many cases, better than humans do. Then the definition will increasingly get complex and complex and complex, but just for starters. Then, why this technology may and does impact democracy. Then focus will be on a new generation of AI models. This morning I've heard about generative AI, LLMs, and the like. I'll try to give you an overall picture about these new trends and why these new AI models raise further new legal and moral issues. Then I may dare to offer you some kind of solutions, because we've been working on this over the past 5, 6, 8 years. And so this is not from scratch. Of course, solutions do not mean we solve all problems. There are really tricky open problems out there. And then back to the very idea of the future of democracy. However, a premise on, we can do it? Okay. Of course, this is not the first time that scholars have been discussing how technology affects democracy. Radio, that was the technology of my grandparents, radio days. Television, this was the technology of my parents, late 50s, early 60s. Computers, that was my technology when I was a kid. So, the purpose of this lecture is to understand why artificial intelligence systems and smart robots are raising new issues. And to address this issue, I'm drawing on a classic. I want to say an Italian classic, an international classic, Professor Norberto Bobbio. I'm following that tradition because I'm in the chair of Norberto Bobbio in Turin. And Don Norberto published, 40 years ago, 1984, a book called The Future of Democracy. And I'm drawing on this book both methodologically and conceptually. Methodologically, why? Because we need no prophetic powers to talk about the future of democracy. It's a matter of understanding what's going on now and what the trends are. More on this till the conclusions of this talk. On the other hand, this concept of democracy should be understood here as the very notion of AI in an easy way. What's democracy? Our right, the right of individuals to have a say in the decisions affecting both individuals and each of us, either directly or through our institutional representatives. Obrigado. Of course, there is a huge difference between Bobby's generation and mine, meaning that till the end of the last century, philosophers of law and the like didn't pay attention to technology because there was no issue. Whereas over the past 25 years, my generation in this field, technology is the issue. And this is the reason why, in the spirit of a Bobius classic, I will update this framework through AI. And I told you, AI is special, something unique to this technology. Why? Well, not only because the challenges brought forth by technology, AI, concern all sectors of society, economy, and the law. But the uniqueness of these challenges depend on the multiple ways in which this technology can be overused, can be misused, can devalue human skills. The famous radiologist and the pilot of a Boeing this morning, and can trigger several problems that some of them we knew them, but now the scale has completely changed. Moreover, what's happening here is the fact that we're not talking about a simple technology, we are talking about artificial agents. This is another game changer because we are not talking about a smart machine. We are technically speaking about artificial agents. And this is the first time ever in human history that humans have created artificial agents. Why? Because these machines are interactive. They are autonomous. No free will. I'm referring to these notions in engineering terms. Autonomy here means a machine which is able to change the state transition system without human in the loop. And they are adaptable. That is, the context may change, and the smart agent knows how to improve its own behavior. We have never seen something like that on Earth. Just let me sum up. We released 6 years ago, I think, one of the most important papers on the ethics of AI, the so-called AI for People project. And here you have the overall picture of the moral, ethical challenges posed by this technology. Meaning that, of course, AI is an incredible opportunity for our species. AI can enable human self-realization. AI can enhance human agency. AI can increase societal capabilities or cultivating societal cohesion. This is the sunny side of technology. We have potential, I mentioned that before, misuses and even overuses of that technology, meaning that AI can devalue human skills, it can remove human responsibility. If something goes wrong, who is liable here? Who is accountable here? Sorry, no human in the loop. AI can reduce human control. One of the thorniest issues here is meaningful human control, especially when we are dealing in the military sector. Over the past 5 years, this is the topic in Geneva, Switzerland. That is regarding international humanitarian law, since all armies are deploying robot soldiers and AI systems in the military sector. What does meaningful human control mean here? Down to AI systems eroding human self-determination. But we should add a layer of complexity, as Urs mentioned this morning. That is, of course, we have opportunities, we have risks, and among those risks, there is a major threat, meaning underuse of technologies. We have the technology out there, and we here means human societies, do not use this technology for the wrong reasons. Let me give you an example. Working with the World Health Organization, my problem was how to exploit AI technologies in countries in which they don't have energy. They don't have electricity. How can you exploit the benefits of technology in that context? And in a way, this is the problem of Italy. Meaning that we have the technology out there, but for the wrong reasons, we are not using it. And this underuse triggers what economists call opportunity costs. The fact that you are not using the technology, you have it, but you don't use it for the wrong reasons, it costs. And in a book, Sorry in Italian, a couple of years ago, I quantified how much it costs to the Italian health sector the underuse of AI and further digital technologies. My guess is around 2% of the GDP, which is not only a problem, but the fact that this is an invisible problem, because if you are not using something, this is invisible compared to misuses and overuses. Well, this is a crucial problem that we should keep in mind. More on this at the end of this presentation. What's the legal counterpart of this set of moral challenges? As I told you, working with the high-level expert group of the European Commission, we stressed the fundamental challenges of AI, this time from a strict legal viewpoint. Here you have the list: complexity, opacity, openness, you can read it. And the very idea is that each of these problems may be gradual in nature, but the dimension of gradual change, the range and frequency of situations affected, and the combined effect, well, all this will result in legal disruption. This is not a hypothetical exercise. Here you have some countries amending their laws. Canada, UK, the executive order by the Biden's White House in October last year, China. I mentioned Bill 2338 just to learn from you what's happening here in Brasilia. But I do know it exists, and there is a very interesting discussion about this. Some of this was anticipated in the panel this morning. Finally, to the EU's Artificial Intelligence Act. Here I'm enthusiastic because finally the EU adopted. Come on. Now we are at the fourth version, which is maybe still not the final version of the AI Act, but come on. Let's assume that the AI Act will be not valid law, will be an official text by May. And then this means that the AI Act will be valid law in May 2026. This is how EU law works. So again, this is not a simple, although very important theoretical exercise. The challenges of AI has I don't want to say obliged, but suggested most lawmakers around the world what? What I would dub a proactive approach. We don't have to wait for the next technological catastrophe in order to start amending our laws. Mind, as was suggested by Urs this morning, here we have more on this later, but just to be clear, here we have very different approaches. That is, you can legally intervene in many very different ways. For example, the European approach is horizontal. The very idea is that you are regulating the technology, the entire life cycle of the technology, since the data with which you are filling your AI system till the very end of that use. Whereas, for example, in the US, their approach is sectorial, vertical, not horizontal. That is, the executive order has to do with very specific issues. Workers' rights, children's rights, copyright issues, and the like. Then you have some top-down approaches, China, and missing in this list, for example, in Japan, most is up to soft law. Why? Because in Japan, shaking hands is more important than a formal legal text. So depending on your legal tradition and culture, it's even obvious that the approach of lawmakers differ. So far so good, but then, by the end of 2022, something new happened, not so much in the field of technology, but as the impact of technology on the imagination of lawmakers, namely ChatGPT. And, well, I was in Silicon Valley on those very weeks. There was the excitement of how ChatGPT was the new toy with which I spend some funny time. And I can even tell you my first question to ChatGPT was, tell me a joke about Italians. And the reply was, sorry, I can't answer that. Of course, I changed my prompt in such a way that finally I get the joke from the ChatGPT. Very instructive. You know the joke? The joke is, you know why an Italian is crossing the street? Just to go to the other pizzeria. Bias, racist. But anyway, the real joke was the one you can read it, which spread in January 2023. That is, professor correcting PhD thesis of the students, and finally found a thesis with a lot of mistakes. And the professor was happy because understood the student didn't use ChatGPT to make the thesis. I told you, when we are talking about this new wave of AI models, there are several ways in which lawmakers are defining the technology. And this is very instructive. For example, generative AI. Here you have the definition. Means the class of AI models, you can read it. And this is the definition of the executive order of Biden's White House. They prefer to label this new wave of technologies as Gen AI. Then you have foundation models, which was the magic formula by some scholars in 2021, so some years ago, which means an AI system model that is trained on broad data scale and you have the definition. Of course, we may be more specific, and a subset of a foundational model is, of course, a large language model. And LLMs, well, they mostly hinge on machine learning techniques to grasp and produce outputs on the basis of billions of parameters in accordance with, of course, probabilistic inferences. You know how it works. By the way, this is statistics, and the data with which we are feeding your LLM is almost all the data of the internet. It's not cheap. It costs $100 million to train your LLM. $100 million for ChatGPT 4. Just to give you an idea, but more on this later, because at the end, that's going to be the message of this talk. Never forget that we are talking about exponential technological trends, which means that slightly ChatGPT 5 will cost $1 billion. You have to add 1 zero to that $100 million to train the previous ChatGPT version. It means a lot of money. It means that few companies outside Silicon Valley can fund this kind of research, including Europe. Finally, we have the catch-all formula of the Artificial Intelligence Act. You know what? Let's call it General Purpose AI Model. Hoping that in this general definition of a general purpose AI model, in that basket we'll find all the little X of the new wave of AI models. Good luck, European lawmakers. Why we are discussing about this? Because, of course, LLMs specifically are really useful for a lot of interesting things, not only for the PhD thesis of my students. They can be really helpful from creative writing to spell check-ins, and generally speaking, for innovation. From this viewpoint, really, they are really cool. But of course, there are new challenges with LLMs. This morning, some colleagues already mentioned generation of fake news and deep fake videos. And this is really troubling. Why? Because we are very close to the point in which, or even we are already in that very moment in which it's impossible to distinguish. It was like in the digital revolution. In the digital revolution, the point was, what's the original and where's the copy? It makes no sense. In this new world, what's true, what's fake? No way to distinguish. Really, no way. And as you can understand, this is a game changer. And this is the reason why, few months after the new toy of Silicon Valley exploded, all international and national lawmakers paid attention. I recall I was part, as I told you, not of the Italian, too simple, of the Japanese team of experts at the G7 in Tokyo and Hiroshima. All the digital ministers of the G7 group were very worried about this kind of technology. And the same happened to the European Parliament. And actually, the European Parliament, summer of the year, last year, passed a tsunami of amendments in order to catch up with technology. what are the risks? And you have to add these risks to the previous lists of reasons why AI is unique. What's the problem here? Discrimination. Why an Italian is crossing the street just to go to the other pizzeria? You are perpetuating biases. You have serious issues of data protection and people's privacy. I told you, here it's almost or already impossible to tell the truth from its fake. How about matters of social trust? Whom can I trust? We have possible potential criminal issues. As I love to say, just to give you a hint, not because I'm a criminal, not yet at least, the only limit to criminal uses of the technology are given by human imagination. That's the only limit. Of course, if you pay attention to some lawyers, attorneys in New York City, one problem has to do with overvaluing the capabilities of LLMs. Happened a lot last year, solicitors presenting their case, but quoting fake case law. Down to environmental harms. AI systems have both old and new AI systems have a heavy carbon footprint. Their energy consumption is dramatic. Some serious empirical research tell us that 1/3 of the world energy consumption by the end of this decade will be up to digital, including AI technologies. Does it make sense? Just for the PhD work of my student, all these, you got the idea. On top of these moral dilemmas, you have legal issues here. I already mentioned data protection issues, but there are several issues of IP law, intellectual property law, namely copyright. And in fact, we already have several lawsuits in the US concerning this very point, namely authors of books claiming their texts have been, and they were ingested, and used to trade LLMs. Is that legal? Some jurisdictions, Japan, have amended their law to allow this, just to be competitive. Open issues, how the response of lawmakers who will properly tackle such challenges is an open issue. However, to me, it's crystal clear that the disruption of LLMs, Gen AI, foundation models, general purpose AI, you name it, will affect and is already affecting tenets of democracy. Why? Less well-informed citizens, lack of trust, discrimination and informational hazards, malicious uses by people with a criminal intent. What shall we do? I think that there are several things we can do, notwithstanding obvious differences between legal traditions and cultures. I told you, even working within the select small group of G7 countries, there were such big difference among them, namely the rights-driven approach of the Europeans, the market-driven approach of the Americans, the soft law approach of Japan. So you can imagine when we are discussing this kind of things, namely technological governance and regulation, not only with a restricted group of Western democracies, but with the World Health Organization, is not so simple to find a common ground. Still, I think, at least this has been my experience over the past years of working with such international institutions. First of all, we need technological solutions. Mind, not because I'm a technocrat, but because we know, and we must know, the subject lawmakers aim to govern. And in certain cases, of course, you need technological solutions for technological problems. The other point being the future proofing of the law. It's so easy to set up a law, but if you are obliged to amend your law after 1 month, 1 year, and again next year and the like, this is a mess. Better to be inactive rather than pass bad laws. And in order to understand what's going on, have a look at Article 52 of the AI Act. Very technical, but if you don't understand this, you are missing the elephant in this room. Why? Because legislators are starting regulating the technology, reflecting on the computing power of the technology. Why? Because reflecting on the computing power of the technology teaches a lot about what you want to govern. And just to give you an idea, floating point operations greater than 10 power 25 means that when you are playing with your ChatGPT, just to train that model not only costs $100 million, but you have to train that model with 1 0 followed by 25, 1 followed by 25 zeros. Just to give you an idea, this is the Italian debt. There are further technical solutions for our LLMs generated moral and legal dilemmas. Here you have a list of them. I don't want to say I could deepen each point for 1 hour, but I can deepen each point for 1 hour. So if you are interested in one specific potential solution, please let me know. The last point is very important because it reminds us that when we are dealing with technological innovation and we are dealing with the problems of regulation and governance of technology, we should never forget that we are dealing with technological systems. It's not only the technology as such. And this is the reason why we should pay attention to more diverse developer teams and human-in-the-loop protocols or structured access protocols. I agree with Urs that in many cases, technology must be autonomous. If you are sending a rover on Mars, you pretend that rover solving its own problems by itself. But of course, as I mentioned before, all makes sense whether, since the very beginning of every technological problems, we pay attention to the crucial issue here, meaningful human control. And meaningful human control and autonomous technologies are not an oxymoron. It's a matter to find out a proper balance between meaningful human control on the one hand and on the other, the autonomy of these technologies. They can, and in certain cases, should go hand in hand. So, for the moment being, 3 lessons learned, at least, 3 lessons that I've learned working on the governance and regulation of AI over the past 8 years. I mean, at the institutional level, at theoretical level, well, this was our main pastime 25 years ago. So, AI is unique. We have to pay attention to this technology because this is something completely new. This is the first time ever we are dealing with artificial agents. In my view, self-regulation doesn't work for a number of reasons. We can discuss that. But what my personal experience shows is that self-regulation doesn't work. I've heard this morning in the panel talking about co-regulation. This makes sense because another point here is that a simple top-down approach, lest you are in China, doesn't work as well. A simple bottom-up approach doesn't work. We must find intermediary solutions in between top-down and bottom-up approaches. And co-regulation may make sense. And that's the reason why we need proactive measures in order to strike a fair balance between misuses and underuses of the technology. We have had several governance models for this kind of governance and regulation. This is the well-known, at least in Europe, EU approach, a risk-based approach, meaning that depending on the level of risk concerning the uses of the technology, you will have different kinds of governance. So that high risk, strict top-down approach. Minimal risk, self-regulation and codes of conduct. In between, limited risk. I mean, in between high risk and minimal risk, when you are dealing with limited risk, what the EU suggests are forms of co-regulation. In a way, this is the same kind of model the OECD is suggesting, although for a number of reasons that model is even more complex than the European model, which is already super complex to me. But mind, we shall never forget the role of international organizations. Why? For a number of reasons, even declaration of principles, but in my view, this role will be crucial regarding the development of new standards and metrics. This is crucial. Namely, we need standards and even metrics in order to determine the level of risk of these technology, both in the military and the civilian sector. Military sector, the certain conventional weapons convention before the UN, it's there that I mean, the governmental experts are discussing since 2017 a new international agreement concerning the use of AI and robot soldiers on the battlefield. And it's, of course, our hope to have this new international agreement as soon as possible. In the civilian sector, well, a reference point, of course, is the International Organization for Standardization, ISO. Why? Because if we don't agree on how to assess the risk of our technology, what shall we do? Of course, we should stress also the limit of all-encompassing formulas. I suggest those two books, but take them with a pinch of salt. Why? Because, for example, talking about digital empires, the very idea is, you know what? What's going on in terms of geopolitics is we have three models, namely the state-driven approach of China, the market-driven approach of the US, and the rights-driven approach of Europe. Maybe so, but I could start listing my critics. For example, okay, Anu, you say that Europe is the paladin of a rights-driven approach to AI. Maybe so, but what's missing in the European regulation, believe it or not, I'm talking here as a European citizen, the lack of any serious environmental protection in the European legislation. Which is, why on earth? Just to give you an idea, every time we European scientists are presenting a scientific project, Horizon 2020, Europe project, you have to certificate before asking funds to the European Commission that your project has no environmental impact. Good, fine. But why on earth the fat cats in Silicon Valley are more protected than the European scientists when we are talking about AI innovation in the old continent? Or, for example, the very distinction of different digital empires forgets several important jurisdictions out there. Why? Because they simply do not fit Anu's model. How about Japan? How about Brazil? But the point here is, of course, not to criticize Anu's digital empire, but to stress once again that, to me, a proactive approach is necessary. Self-regulation doesn't work. But even the guys in Silicon Valley, Sam Altman, going to Washington, D.C., saying, hey, you have to regulate what we are doing in Silicon Valley. That's cynical, because that way Sam Altman is hoping to protect his first-comer advantage. But I don't want to delve into details of Washington politics, for God's sake. But this reminds us of the fact that lawmakers should intervene up to the legal culture, the way in which they should intervene. I told you, in Japan, shaking hands, it's enough. In Italy, and that's why we have the AI Act. Summing up, we noted the specificities of AI. We noted the new set of issues. We noted the different ways in which a legislature may aim. But let me conclude with this final point because I think this is another, but maybe the game changer. Meaning that over the centuries, political problems have been linear, not exponential. Even today's dramatic problems of aging population in Japan and Italy are linear. GDP issues, economy is going down, come on, -2%? Here we are dealing with a completely different beast, exponential problems. Which means if you go on talking about this without doing nothing for a couple of years, the scenario has completely changed. It's like a tax law in Italy. If you don't study tax law for a couple of years and you go back to the books, come on, this is a completely new, different field. The classic example, of course, is good old Moore's law on computing power, namely the self-fulfilling prophecy of one founder of Intel, the famous constructors of chips, declaring in the early 60s, you know why? Depending on the narrative, every year and a half or every couple of years, the power of computation doubles. Just to give you an idea, the computing power of the 1969 NASA mission on the moon was that of an iPhone 5. You know what I'm talking about? And now you have, with the computer power of your iPhone 10, you could arrive to Saturn, if that were technically feasible already. Of course, this triggers good old Greek paradox, Zeno's paradox, about Speedy, Achilles, and the turtle. You know the old Greek paradox. Okay, the turtle is very slow, but mathematically speaking, according to the mathematics of good old ancient Greeks, it would be impossible for Achilles to catch up the turtle. This is an allegory, meaning that, of course, technology is so powerful and speedy. How on earth could you hope to reach out? The law is law. In Europe, just to have the AI Act, we started discussing in 2017. We have the proposal in 2021. Maybe if we are lucky, we're going to have the final text by May 24. The law will be valid law by 2026. Do you know what? By 2026, the AI Act will be already obsolete. This is what I told the European Commission since the very beginning. In terms, this is the risk. Luckily, we have developed several ways in which to tackle this issue. In other words, when students or colleagues, not lawmakers because they are protecting their own business, but students and colleagues say, how can you hope to govern technology? It's so speedy, so powerful. How can you catch up? Hold your horses. There are several ways. And to show you how, let me quote my personal hero, who is the grandfather of our field, the German polymath, Leibniz. First, because it was Leibniz who found the mathematical solution to the old Greek paradox. infinitesimal calculus. By the way, Leibniz not only was the founding father of continuous mathematics, he invented binary mathematics. It was Leibniz who invented zeros and ones. Amazingly, in his PhD thesis when he was 17 in Leipzig, without using ChatGPT, my personal here. Moreover, Leibniz would suggest how to tackle this paradox between the speedy technology and the bureaucratic turtle-like law. How? It's a matter of trajectories. They can be used as a metaphor, an allegory, but you can use it following Leibniz spirits in a mathematical way. By the way, Leibniz started as a lawyer. Then he was one of the greatest mathematical geniuses in world history. But he was a lawyer, and he paid attention to what he was doing. By the way, Leibniz, when he was 17, 18, he created his first personal computer as an expert system to solve legal problems. We needed 3 centuries to understand what Leibniz was telling us. What was Leibniz telling in this case? I share with you some of the policy regulations that I've been working with, discussing over the past years. So here's the final caveat. The exponential growth of AI requires know-how to intercept the trajectory of technological innovation and to exploit its benefits and prevent its threats. And I think this is crucial for democracy. And I hope to clarify why I think this is crucial for democracy. How can we think about the very regulation of speedy technology considering the times of the law, which are necessary? We need the time to discuss together how to address the challenges of this unique technology. And forget about superintelligences, meaning there are serious people out there. Kurzweil is a chief engineer at Google, so it's not the first guy talking about these issues. And he claims that, you know what, in a couple of decades, computers, AI systems will surpass human intelligence. I don't buy it. I think that our AI systems are as intelligent as my fridge, meaning they are stupid, and still they are affecting our society in a dramatic way. So I think that we can start calculating the trajectory of technological innovation and how we can intercept it, paying attention to this magnitude of complexity. Of course, devil is in the legal detail. Why? This is the American viewpoint. Again, in Europe, we are discussing about a power of 10 at a power of 25. In the US, they have this different threshold. You may ask me why a legal text has these mathematical figures. Premise, I've been advocating over the past 25 years that we should start teaching computer science since year one of any teaching at law school. Because times have changed. Otherwise, we are teaching the law as if we were in the 1800s, which is either crazy or stupid, up to you. But the fact that we, both the American and European lawmakers, are setting this as the threshold of their intervention, meaning once you overcome this magnitude, alarm. Why? Because at this magnitude, the impact of the tenets of this technology on our society is mathematical. Just to give you a hint, why this magnitude? For the obvious reason that even if you, even if you adopt a milder, so to speak, European approach, these include whatever further development of ChatGPT 4, 5, and the like. So you are sure that whatever technological innovation in this specific segment of AI research will fall under your governance and regulation. Why? Because you presume, legal presumptions, that this magnitude creates systemic problems for society and therefore for our democracy. So let me... And of course, trends will be increasingly staggering. We are only at the very beginning of the major technological revolution in human history. God knows when we'll start discussing about biocomputing. Forget artificial chips. And so, what should we do when we get a gigantic 10 at 1,000 power flops? Does it make any sense? That's a good question. But hopefully, I provided some food for thoughts about what the trajectory of innovation should be in the short and mid-term. Forget the long term, because in the long term, we are all died. We should learn how to address exponential problems in a proactive way and possibly now. This is the message. We are dealing with exponential problems, not linear issues. This is good old-fashioned. I'm not saying that an aging population is not a dramatic issue, but still, it's linear. Here we are dealing with exponential problems, and this is an exponential issue. Obrigado.
Thank you so much, Professor. Truly, this was just a masterclass about AI, not only around AI and democracy, but all the aspects over AI. I just want to stand out some points that were fundamental, that, in my opinion. First is the observation that what we have for the first time in artificial agents, and that means that it would be a change in what we have up to today and what has prevailed until today, which would be systems, programmed systems. So we have a difference, a fundamental difference, but on all points of view, between having programmed systems and probabilistic systems. That would be systems for artificial intelligence. So we have a part, well, it's very controversial, the topic autonomy related to systems. I myself, I don't even like to use this term because no, in all the process of creating the artificial intelligence process, we have human decisions, but there is autonomy, and we can consider comparing to the program system because we have the capacity to modify and change it throughout time. or when it's in operation. Another important observation, and I believe it has to do with artificial intelligence, but technology, would be the AI models that are technosocial. So we are talking about technologies that have a huge impact over the society, positive and not so positive, opportunities and challenges. Another point to highlight, and the several points that our professor brought to us, is the regulation pathway. Several ways are being experimented around the world, and depends on the system. It depends on us having a system here in Brazil, similar to the European, which is the one called Civil 1. So we regulate all of the activities of the society, like in Europe. The US legal system is what we call common law. So there are different pathways for regulation, and it's all very new for us, and they are still being tested, and we still don't know what would be the best system which will really solve or mitigate the potential damage of AI. And another point that is also important to highlight is what we experience today in problems and in exponential problems, nonlinear problems. And that is interesting because, generally speaking, regulation would be based on past experiences. Whenever we have a new standard, a new regulation, it will reflect and it will try to approach potential damage that are not considered in standards, in existing standards and regulations. So it always reflects what is already happening. And in this case of AI, as an exponential evolution and the exponential problems, we raise a point that is all that discussion that Professor Hugo reinforced several times between the disalignment between timing and in the democratic environment. It's very important to discuss with the society regulatory framework of such dimension and such impact. And at the same time, we have the advance of technology. So Professor Hugo did not mention that. I think that that's my opinion for the solution of this problem. We have to give the protagonism, and I have defending this since we started the debate over the regulation of AI in Brazil, give the protagonism to the sectorial agencies and the sectorial regulatory agencies. I believe then we can overcome this issue. I have been accompanying the regulation and the proposal for the regulation, which was already approved and passed in the European Parliament. And I believe that a trap was created in Europe. And I don't know how. Well, I have several doubts and questions how will be the implementation and the enforcement, because to have a regulation, it's no good if you don't have enforcement instruments and inspection instruments. And I have more sympathy for the vertical pathway, the U.S. pathway. And here in Brazil, for example, we have several regulatory agencies, sectorial regulatory agencies, and throughout the last years, they achieved, they conquered back their credibility and their efficiency, and I believe they are capable of regulating and enforcing the application, and that should happen little by little. I'm going to give you an example that I just experienced in February. I was in the USA, and I had a meeting in Philadelphia with the director or the CEO of 5 major hospitals of the region. And how would the process be? With FDA, they are working together jointly, while the concrete cases come for the use of AI, and the AI systems in these hospitals come, they are observing, analyzing, and identifying the issues, the problems, and the potential damage and risks. And they are working together with FDA to see how FDA could regulate to approach those risks. So I believe that the fact or the focus of being in the sectorial regulatory agencies would enable that, to work together with the market, with actions, developing actions, with the agents of that domain, and do something jointly. Well, another point, and the last point, because I believe we already exceeded time, is about environment. I believe is a very important topic, which was included in the previous version of the European version, the environment, but it's not really addressed in the relevance that the topic deserves and needs. And the most complex that I see, I don't know if Professor Hugo agrees with me, is because at the same time, the artificial intelligence brings lots of benefits for the environment. I believe that the understanding that we as a society have over the climate change has partially to do to AI that enabled us to work and extract information, a high volume of information and data. Several processes that were optimized using AI, reducing time, reducing the consumption of energy, and etc., optimizing the processes. But when doing that, as they are intensive models in data, and consequently intensive in data processing, they use not only lots of energy and power, measuring CO2 as well, but they are intensive in water as well. The water impact is huge. It's very important because these systems, the data centers, they need water for cooling the systems. Not only energy, but water. And I wrote an article recently, I believe, some time ago about this issue. And some examples in the city in a city in the United States, but it's the name of the city is in the article, where the data center already consumes 25% of the water availability in that city. So they are very extremely important issues, and it's not only on AI that has to do with the major data centers and the what we call cloud computing.
And it amplifies and empowers the AI because these are models. And the advance of this AI, it's very based on bringing more data, and consequently, it has a computing system that's more powerful. And I don't know, but I think that maybe we should have more time. We don't have time for questions, and I don't know who is coordinating, so I can ask for some guidance. Is there time for any questions or not? Okay, we've got some time for two questions. Good, because I mean questions are important. It's a very important part, and two questions. Let's do it. Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate for this panel for Professor Pagallo's speech, which is very inspiring. I'd like to make two questions. The first is regarding the electronic personality, which is a very debated topic when the document was mentioned in the European Parliament 2017, and this topic was stagnated, and many experts they understood that it wasn't the moment to discuss the electronic personality because the level of autonomy was not enough to create a third way of personality, but having in mind the special component that Professor Pagallo mentioned, wouldn't it be the moment to retake this debate, or do you think that this debate, where does this debate will be led to? So this is the first question, and the second question is I would like to have Pagallo explain a little bit about the pathways. Why do you think this pathway perspective to intercept the risks and threats would be a guardrail or a governance mechanism better than the others that we have discussed, even in the AI Act and the other systems? Thank you very much.
I think we'll start seriously discussing matters of electronic accountability rather than personhood, because this is a sort of anthropomorphic approach which I don't share. Uh, Maybe not this decade, but in the 30s when we're going to have the first colonies on the moon. And that's going to be the proper context in which human societies will experiment with this new scenario. Theoretically speaking, there's no problem to start discussing again about this very possibility. Again, rather than personhood, I prefer to talk about agenthood of those systems in order to prevent loopholes, cases of impunity, cases in which no human, for good reasons, could be found liable, accountable, responsible. But for political reasons, I think that kairos, talking in Greek, the proper moment will be when in the 30s, in 10 years, we will be starting setting up colonies on the moon. I'm not breaking news. Brazil signed the Artemis Accord last year, so maybe you're going to have the first Brazilian colonies by the end of the 30s. About Urs' metaphors of the guardrail and my idea of a trajectory, they complement each other. Namely, when Professor Gasser this morning was talking about the rule of law, he was and guardrails. That's a metaphor about legal protections and constraints. My point here is how to make these legal principles, safeguards, constraints at work, considering the exponential speed of technology. So actually there are two facets of the same problem and they complement each other.
Não resisto.
I cannot stand not answering your or commenting your question. My first reflection about making a judicial personality is what do we do with that? What's the consequence? Because the immediate consequence is responsibility. If you establish that you have a judicial personality, it has responsibility, and then we make it responsible for one thing, but it's a machine. And if you have a damage, the machine is gonna go to jail. And how can it pay for fines? And this discussion is empty because of it. Because if you don't establish the consequence, because you can just say, okay, it's arbitrary, and you can say that okay, from now on it's considered a judicial personality. But what do we do with that? If it is in terms of responsibility, I think that it can escape of any type of understanding of what could happen and what we could do with that. And there is another question. Somebody has the hand raised. Okay, Angela, right? Good. Go ahead. Professor Pagalo, I would like to hear your opinion regards to why in Europe there wasn't the uprising of big techs and technology companies just as it happened in Silicon Valley. What do you think is the cause of it? Is it due to the no-intervention of state of in the American state in this sector of economy, or what do your studies point out to the cause of it? Is there any expectation from the European Union to develop or to spur any type of um, birth of these type of companies in the European Union having these regulations approved? Because I think that will be in this dichotomy. There is innovation coming from the United States, from another continent, and then the European uh, environment being only the consumer environment. And that's what happens also to the South Globe countries. I would like to hear your opinion in regards to that.
The question is why we have so few European companies in the business of AI? In that, excellent question, because it's not a black and white picture. We have some niche European companies, For example, in robotics, Europe is even stronger than the US. But in artificial intelligence, uh, first problem has to do with lack of coordination. Just to give an instance, the most important center for theoretical physics in the world is in Geneva, in Switzerland. And that's a good example. If Europeans want to collaborate, they can be at the top of the world. Nowadays, we have several excellent centers of AI in Europe, in Paris, Barcelona, Northern Italy, Germany, but they are not coordinated. And this is part of the problem. The other problem being the lack of a startup culture. There is this virtuous circle between university and Silicon Valley is the paradigm of universities and research centers. And here one of the problems has to do with a culture problem in Europe that is fear of failure. As you know, I joke with my German friends in German. Uh, Debt means also a moral issue. You are moral guilty when you have a debt. Whereas in the US, a bankruptcy, okay, it's part of the game. I can have failed. I close that company, but then I can restart again. In Europe, alas, we don't have this mentality. And Christian will, it's a joke, but at the same time, it's the fact that really you are using the same word to say you have a debt and you have a moral issue, guy. Well, says a lot about cultural problems that we have. There is no one size fits all answer for that, but the European Union knows pretty well that the next regulation, it costs. But in the case of the giants of Silicon Valley, the cost of the new legislation, at the end of the day, what's all about is about to have the CE stamp on your AI product. Could it cost 10,000 euros, 100,000 euros? I told you just to develop a ChatGPT 4 model, it costs 100 millions. So their pockets are so deep that the costs of the new legislations are even trivial. For the European startups, could be the end of the game, even before starting playing the game. That's the reason why in the Artificial Intelligence Act there is a specific article devoted to this issue. I'm afraid that the problem is more complex than even a well-written article in that law. Thanks for the question.
Ângela, ótima pergunta. Eu queria só complementar.
Angela, it's a very interesting question. I would like only to complement that if we think of big techs, American big techs, they also had, before they started their founding process in AI, they had
As plataformas que geraram os dados.
platforms that generated data, which is the raw material for the AI.
Então não é à toa, por exemplo,
So
que o Google
that's
tem um
why
papel
Google
assim, de liderança
has a leadership role in this process because they had a platform with data generation.
das cinco big techs.
That's why the five biggest big techs they are ahead of us because they generate many data.
Nesse processo
And I would like to comment that in this last process of the European regulation of AI,
da França,
it had lots of pressure from Germany, Italy, and France, especially from Germany and France, in regards to the more accentuated losses of the European companies in comparison to the American companies due to the possibility of a regulation framework that's very restrictive. And the President Macron that is just arriving to Brazil, he had a very important role on this because he made a very big event in Paris, and he brought to the floor some startups, and specifically two European startups that are considered by the media in Europe and all over the world as the big future big techs in Europe. One is Mistral in France, and the other is Aleph in Germany. And I wrote an article about that, asking whether these were potential European big techs, or it's a new opportunity for business in the American market for the American companies, because all the others that are considered as a promise, their founders, they were former executives of American companies. So far it's okay, but there you see that Aleph, the big partner, is HP in America, and they are the ones funding this company. And I forgot the name of the other company, but the first round of funding was done in Silicon Valley. Amistral, for example, they had their first round of investment. Uh, and it was in a milestone in which they were the first one who raised the first round of investment. It was led by a investor center of venture capital from the Silicon Valley. And most interestingly is that Amistral announced investment from Microsoft, and this was a surprise. And there were some protests because some of the arguments was that they didn't have the possibility to lead, and Microsoft announced that it was the OpenAI in Europe, the European one. They wanted to build the European one, and this question is very, it's great because it brings us several reflections about what's happening. And I believe, and maybe it's my impression because we still have to wait for the results, but these new European startups, they have several new business opportunities. And since in Europe they are restricting their performance, the startup performance, they are very concerned about the power of the American big techs, and they are restricting in several ways, not only AI. Maybe the investors, American investors, they are uh, seeing other ways of being in Europe, and then they are constituting companies in Europe, but they are behind all of these businesses. And it's a scenario not very clear yet, but I don't know if professor agrees with me or not, but this is a fact. These are facts. And unfortunately, we don't have time, but I have to announce that we have a 15 minutes coffee break, and we come back with the next panel. Thank you very much.
Senhoras e senhores, boa tarde. Pedimos a todos que retornem aos seus lugares para darmos início ao próximo painel do seminário.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will start panel 2, minimum state, democracy, labor, artificial intelligence, of the international seminar, Democracy and New Technologies, Challenges of the Digital Era. We inform you that the videos of this event are on YouTube for Senate TV, and the images and the Flickr for the Senate agency. The professor from the University of São Paulo, Dora Kaufmann, will also be the moderator of this panel. With the floor, Professor Dora Kaufmann. Thank you so much. Good afternoon again, all of you. The discussions are wonderful, and I was saying that we went to the ladies' toilet and the debates continued to happen. And that was great news. Well, thank you so much, all of you. We are going now to have a panel. And the central topic of the panel has to do with the impacts over the labor market and labor. And I would like to, well, before introducing the speakers or the panelists, I'd like to make 4 considerations about this topic on the impact over the labor market for AI. First, I see 3 impacts, direct impacts. And one would be the displacement and the exposure of the process in courses of program automation, so the displacement and automation itself. We have the negative impact over income, and I believe that's also important. I believe the less roles preserved for the humans, you would have a negative impact over payments. And the third, which is widely discussed, would be the new roles that need a requalification. Another initial observation that I would like to make is about, well, which is also a widely debated topic with lots of arguments in relation to that we already experienced this situation in other moments of disruptive technologies, and the society, the market will adapt to it. I think it's very distinct, the environment that we have now, compared to the other moments of disruptive technologies. And several issues, new points in this moment. One of them that I believe it's important is that the new business models are intensive in technology and not in labor. So in other moments of disruptive technology, people that were displaced from that role had other opportunities in other developing markets. And currently, AI and the use of technologies would be inserted in all activities, and they would be intensive models of technologies. So the equation between investments generating more employment, it is an equation based on industrial economics. Most of the investments currently that we could, and we see that in the organizations, most of the investments would be in technologies. Of course, that we have a generation of marginal employment, but the major investment in automation, because we have 2 major factors, driving factors for the companies, as I've seen, and I've been now coordinating an empiric research, and then I can talk more about it. Where the 2 major motivations for the companies to adopt AI have been cost reduction and increase in efficiency. Efficiency increase and cost reduction would mean automation. And the last observation is basically just a provocation, a good teasing. And I believe that the formal labor, formal employment, I believe with the registered job would be obsolete. I made some comparisons between the income generation to the number of employed. We have companies producing greater numbers of income with much less employees. Productivity is increasing with this generation of wealth and compared to the number of employees. So this not this equation, but this strive for the formal labor, the signed labor, registered labor or jobs tend to be lower. So what would be the alternative? The alternative is what is already happening in Brazil, by the way. It would be the small entrepreneur, the entrepreneurship. And we need to rethink over several issues in relation to this new scenario. First, investments in infrastructure, all of that have to do with public policies, right? Investments in infrastructure, which is fundamental, the cost currently and the quality of the internet connection is something basic. Most of the population do not have good quality internet access, but we have some other fundamental infrastructures and also stimuli or the qualification of people, right? Just a point to conclude here would be that, and I also have talked about it, is the fact that in Brazil we have, different from Northern Europe, we have a history of technical education being disqualified when they believe, and we believe that technical education should be over valued, and most of them do not need higher education and university. Most of the jobs you can solve really well with technical education. So technological education. So I believe they are very important changes, structural changes, not simple changes, but they are really important to respond to this new labor market scenario. So I will now introduce the panelists. Just a second, please. Well, the first, Senator Hamilton Mourão, a general, retired. He was the Vice President of the Republic from 2019 to 2023. He is a current senator for the state of Rio Grande do Sul and a member of the Council of Communication and Digital Means in the Federal Senate. And I have here Gabriela Delgado, professor of the Faculty of Law in Brasilia, a lawyer, researcher, coordinator of the research group on citizenship, postdoctorate in global and social justice and the Latin American College of World Studies, and postdoctorate in sociology of labor from the Institute of Philosophy and Human Sciences in the Federal State University of Campinas, and a doctorate in philosophy of law from the Federal University of Minas Gerais. And Juliano Maranhão, in the middle, is a professor of the Faculty of Law and from São Paulo and the Institute Algorithm and Legal Ground Institute, social researcher of Center of Artificial Intelligence from IBM, a researcher from Alexander von Haumann Foundation in Germany, and member of the steering committee of the International Association for Artificial Intelligence. And the last but not least important, we have Fabio Stable, who is a postdoctor in communication technology, alumni of Bain Center in the University of Harvard, a doctorate from the University of Leeds in the UK. Experiences in USD, San Diego, and University in China, member of the National Council of Data Protection and ANPD, and from the editorial council of MIT for the Review Brazil magazine from MIT. Also a lawyer and an executive CEO for ITS Rio. As you could see, we have lots of qualifications here to the panelists. So the word is with the senator. Senator Hamilton needs to leave. He cannot continue in the panel because he must be in the plenary soon. So please, Senator. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. I'd like to greet Professor Dora and all of our colleagues in the panel. I'd like to have an approach here, which is a bit different and on a different angle that maybe lots of you are not looking to, over the issue that was raised over democracy, new technologies, employment or labor. How are we going to face, or we are already starting to face, all of this situation? And I will start imagining a scenario here, that we are in 2035, and I hope to be alive till then. I'm 70 years old. More 11, I will be 81, which is great. And artificial intelligence will be everywhere. AI systems will be managing hospitals, operating airlines, and, Dr. Gabriela, they will be fighting in the courts. We are going to have virtual lawyers, virtual attorneys, let's say. And productivity, or youth, will have increased in a scale never seen before. And several uncountable new businesses never imagined, and now we cannot imagine those businesses will be created in rapid speed, generating huge progress to everyone's well-being. New products, the healing of diseases, the cure of diseases, and innovations will come to the market on daily basis, while science and technology will work continuously, seamlessly. But even though this world will become more unpredictable and fragile. And why is that? Because the evil team, the terrorists, for example, will find new ways of threatening the societies through cyber weapons, and, and they will be evolving every day. And on the other hand, Professor Dora mentioned those that will lose their workstations, and we always think in the lower positions. But who will really lose the jobs will be the white collar ones, the managers, administrators, managers. They will be fired in large groups. And this scenario, ladies and gentlemen, show us one of the paradoxes for AI. And to overcome it, the states must learn how to manage this outstanding technology. Recently, since last year to now, the USA, European Union and China presented regulations that were very similar to each other in the line that to discipline this issue. All of them were unanimous in identifying the potential misuse of AI as a source of disinformation or fake news, and also the serious risks for cybersecurity and biotechnology. All of those governments have a common objective: controlling AI without restricting innovation that characterizes it. So that's the main paradox. We have the technology, which is extremely disruptive, but it needs to be controlled. So that is something which is not easy, not simple. But the world is just the world, right? And this plan of creating a global governance plan for AI is colliding with a barrier, an obstacle, which is the cold reality to the politics. And besides all of these powers stating publicly their desire to cooperate, well, their words are one, but their actions would be different. And the actions take to a future of fragmentation and competition. And why is that? Different legal regimes are emerging, and they will frustrate any cooperation in three major problems of AI. First, semiconductors. Access to semiconductors. USA restricts China. China restricts the raw material for the manufacturing of semiconductors. And something else is the establishment of technical standards. They must be in common. Let's imagine here in Brazil, a railway from the state of Rio Grande do Sul up to the state of Pará, and in each state it changes the gauge of the railway. It must have the same gauge, unless they will not be able to communicate. And the third aspect would be the regulation of how to access databases and algorithms. We know that information is power, and each of them wants to restrict the access to databases. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this pathway will not lead us to a coherent global space and contiguous to uniform rules and standards for AI, but to a divided territory between diverging regulatory blocks, or, in other words, if we don't unite ourselves, we are going to be in the end of the world where the idea for AI could be worked for a common good, but we are going to be smashed by the rocks of political tension. In the field of security and defense, and I can talk about this topic, this area, because it's my terrain, and also in the protection of democratic system, which we discuss so much today, and the cyber weapons and the application of AI as autonomous technological weapons, and that's everybody can see this in the war between Ukraine and Russia, brings lots of danger. Uh, Different from the nuclear weapons, cyber wars use AI, and they're ambiguous and cheap to be developed and attempting to be used. The cyber weapons combine the capability of massive impact with the possibility of hiding the who set the attack. The attack. AI can overcome even the needs of human operators, allowing or enabling weapons to operate on their own. You can remember Terminator. And with the calculations and the capability to select the targets, the weapons would be in action. The destructive capacity is huge, and if we use those weapons or formal threats, can transform a crisis into a war, or a limited war into a nuclear war, thanks to the involuntary scaling and uncontrollable scaling. The impact of revolutionary technology makes the full application of those weapons something cataclysmic, and at the same time, uh, uh, making more difficult its limited use to an unmanageable point. And that's another paradox of the high technology era. The effect of military operations nowadays are confined to conventional weapons or tactical employment of high technology weapons in small scale, varying from attacks with drones to cyber attacks. And at the same time, all of us hope that the use of advanced weapons are contained by what happened in the Cold War, mutual, assured mutual destruction. And this standard, in my own view, would be precarious for a long-term future. And we can go to the terrain or to the domain of our daily life, internet. The internet architects saw their invention as a wonderful way to connect the world. But in reality, what happened? It also generated a new model to divide humanity in striving tribes. Polarity and conformity or compliance are interdependent and self-reinforcing. The person goes to a group, and the group then starts enforcing or to police their thoughts. I admire that in lots of social media platforms, the users are subdivided into followers and influencers. There are no leaders. And here I leave my final message. What would be the consequences for leadership? Because we, the politicians, we have the duty to exercise leadership, and that's why we were elected for. That's what we were elected for. In the current circumstances, ladies and gentlemen, it's doubtful that from this process would emerge a Churchill, a Roosevelt, a de Gaulle. It's not that the changes in technologies for communications would bar the inspiring leadership and the profound reflections about the world. But in the era that we live in, dominated by the social medias, leaders must row against the stream and not being a slave in their own groups. So that's what I would like to say, Professor.
Thank you very much. And now I'll pass the floor to Professor Gabriela. Everybody here is Professor and Professor Gabriela, you have the floor. Well, good afternoon, everyone. And by the occasion of this seminar, international seminar, I would like to greet all the senators of the Brazilian Republic for the 200 years anniversary of the Federal Senate, and I would like to greet the public servers that have organized and the ones who are working in this event. I greet Professor Dora Kaufman, the moderator of this board, and the other speakers, Senator Almito Mourão, Professor Juliano Maranhão, And I would like also to greet the researcher Bruna Vasconcelos de Carvalho, who has worked with me in the guidelines of the bill B12 of 2024 that we presented. And my role here is to bring the labor right perspective, and I think the Senate to open in this big spectrum of debate around the artificial intelligence, a space to have this debate over the labor law to be brought into discussion, and the technological discussions propitiated by the digital era go all over the world with several repercussions, even in the work relations. And according to the IBGE and PNAD data, in 2022, Brazil reached over 2,100,000 workers linked to uh, companies of service or trade in digital markets. And in this set of 2,100,000 workers, are around 700,000 workers are in the transportation of passengers. They are workers connected to four-wheel automobiles or two wheels motorcycles or even bicycles. And we have discussed about the impacts of the regulation over the work relations and the employment relation in the digital area. And it's what we call the discussion over the social technical models over the work relationships and employment relationships. And much has been said about the limitation of the social protection networks to these workers that triggers in different digital platforms. And for us, it's certain that any regulation pathway should respect in first term the foundations of the labor protection prescribed in the Constitution of 1989 in the pathway of the fundamental right to a worthy labor, which means that any worker, even the ones working in the digital platforms, are the destination of these labor rights or even the fundamental labor rights as one of the democratic pillars. It's the space, the franchise space, the public arena of discussion of pathways and perspectives that a country can advance. I will use this space in function of the um, relevance of this topic, in function of this, if the project is the most current in the public arena with the discussion as for the workers of four wheels. And in this term, the PLP 12 of 2024 brings many possibilities for questioning around what we call the labor right in constitution. And the focus is to think of the work relations among the uh, private passengers transportation worker and the companies operators of these apps. And the PL2 B12 2024 brings to the arena several questionings, just as the social protection network for whom, fundamental rights for who is effectively being protected by this institutionalization model. And these are some questions that need to be debated by us. And the first big problem is that the PLB 12 of 2024 is taking away the labor link between this worker and the operation company of app, creating an existing category of these autonomous workers with rights. And this third article of PLP sediments one idea that these autonomous worker by platform would not have any possibility to approach to a uh, employment link, and we are not considering the principle of primacy of reality over the form, because many times the prescribed work is not approaching or doesn't have a correspondence, direct correspondence with the real worker. And what I want to say is that many times there are spaces for labor frauds, and several times there is space for a existing employment bond, and this can happen under several aspects. First of all, the idea of the bill for the freedom to manage your work schedule would take away the bound to the work. It's wrong, because saying that the worker has freedom to manage his schedule doesn't mean that he is configured in a employment. Because, for example, the CLT in this the payroll employment in Brazil will establishes the hypothesis of workers that make external services without any control of schedule. So there is the possibility of employers that do not have a fixed journey or a controlled journey to have this employment bound. Another example is the same professional driver. There is another device, selective device, in the article 365, in the paragraph 13 of the payroll law, saying that solve the contractual breakage, the driver doesn't have the duty to follow some schedule. So the schedule handling is not one specific term that can avoid the bound to employment. So the driver is the one that does not detain the economic activity of work. Yes, how much time? I will ask you 5 more minutes and I'm just finishing. And the autonomous is not the detainer of this production mode of work, the economic activity that's recurrent to him. And what happens when a worker in digital platforms have these problems? They cannot put their prices, they cannot cultivate their own customers, they cannot establish their way of work. So there is a real indicator of presence of subordination to an algorithm with a employment power that's done between these two poli of capital and work. So the existence of this relation of exclusivity of the uh, autonomous work is also applied to the employment, because one employee can also have more than one employment done in his reality, according to his reality. And the other thing is the journey of work, because we have to take into consideration, because this bill establishes one danger of maximum 12 hours of connection between the worker to the platform. And this is one expression of the time indication of this work, which is warned by Silva Teixeira do Vale, which are jurists. Imagine the constitutional text that establishes the journey of 8 hours. So there is a limit, a constitutional limit to the time of work and to the time of availability. Even the first international convention of OIT in 1919 put as the first indicator of the human rights in labor the limitation of the work labor for 8 hours, being Brazil the signer of this convention from the beginning. So 1 century after, we have to preserve this conquest for the civilization for human people to work. I will not follow to the other considerations. I will reply that by request of the moderator of the board, but I would like to say that all these topics, which are topics that bring us to a concern regarding the reality of the digital work in perspective, in constitutional perspective, it brings a demand not only for the federal senate but also through the Brazilian parliament, in the meaning that the bill 12 of 2024 in as a whole can and should be perfectionated. This framework of obedience would be a directive from the European Parliament and from the European Union Council regarding the work conditions, especially to that. And there is no doubt that for the Jews workers, the ones that studied the uh, law of work and in the branch of the constitutional right of work, there is no doubt that the Bill 12 2024 opens a big gap for technology to be the excuse to not accomplish the fundamental rights of workers. And I'd like to say that if there is a technological concern, and it's clear that we should have this concern, that there is investment in technologies, that there is investment in productivity and efficiency. It cannot be a lack of commitment to a country in the advance of the protection system of this population, because the technology passes. Everybody says that the technological time is different from the real time of life, but human rights and fundamental rights, they are perennial in time because they bring us to a civility pattern. And in this meaning, under the perspective of the Constitution, from which I am part of, um, so that one social network could be enough, it's necessary that it can observe the commandments of protection of work. In conclusion, it's important that there is a civilizatory pattern that can look for a progress. We do not forget of that, but at the same time, it should combat the high indices of forgetfulness and the precarization of this work in this labor segment. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gabriela. The panels are always complex. I don't even like the function of being the moderator because it's always a challenge how to harmonize the different speeches. The topic of our panel is the impact of the AI in the labor market. But if you can, both of you, to talk about this topic, we can create one harmony among us and we can have a good conclusion for this panel. I'm going to pass the floor to Juliano. Okay, good. I have a presentation. Good. First of all, I'd like to greet Dr. Dora Kaufman and my colleagues in this panel and congratulate the Senate for the 200 years. And actually, the topic that arrived to me was a little wider with the minimum state and the AI and the impacts on the work. And the termination minimum state caught my attention, and this was what I caught my attention more because it denotes a traditional attention to a conception of the role of the modern state in front of the individuals and the citizens. This is something that we should discuss here, and because of this, due to this effort to regulate the AI, and okay, how should I do here? Okay, good. Because when we think of this modern understanding of states, we have three vices, current vices that appear in this effort, and they appear in this recent effort of regulation. First of all, it is the idea that the different conducts they stop being optional because of a external regulation from the state. And the second one is that the conducts they are not optional because of the enforcement of optional expectations. And the third one is that they are not optional because of the individual enforcement, because the idea that the state is protecting the subjective rights is a classical view, but it's very widespread and it's trying to book the regulation initiatives, and it becomes insensitive to the alterations that we observe in the world and in the universe of technology, especially in the virtual world. First of all, any type of regulation from the state nowadays is patent that we see several normative sources that do not summarize into external enforcement, the international rules of international bodies, the different arrangements for certifications for fuel, for example. All of these, they are normative patterns that impose themselves and they don't have a state source. Of course, there is effort from the state to conduce that, but there are sometimes digital platforms that are used in global terms, and these are rules that are uh, being imposed over the world, and some people that they do not accept that, they just stop using these spaces. On the other hand, the idea that regulation is done by the imposition of imposed expectations, we see that in several moments we have the regulation by codes. What we get in our feed, social media feed, it depends on algorithms. What we can post is moderated by algorithms. One case that's interesting to picture this is the WhatsApp case on the constitutionality of the uh, blocking of WhatsApp by judicial order. This is one manifestation that the regulation by code can be more efficient than the service offered by the state. And here, state, since it protects the sigil of the our conscience, we see that uh, the address is violated, but it's not in facto violated, but the one that violates will be suffering from sanctions. And the correspondence has the secrecy violated, but whoever does it will suffer one uh, harm. So here it comes out one service that is done by cryptography from edge to edge that becomes um, unviolable this private correspondence. And the big issue here is that we have a possibility of creating a exceptional access by policial access to have access to that content. And all this issue was initially mentioned in the Supreme Court as an imposition over the subjective right for privacy, the one that is investigated, and there is the problem of the right of privacy of in the investigation right of the company and this security. And in this imposition, there is not a framework in which we find the solution, because in fact, what's on at stake is the lack of viability of this technology that guarantees one service to a need, a common need that's more efficient than the state. So, here we see a transsubjectivation, which is a subjective value in trust on technology that's at stake, and not the enforcement on the individuals. And this appears also in a recent case of the New York Times against OpenAI.
The initial quotation is modulated in a way to point a violation to the authorship in New York Times. when the text of New York Times would be composing, I'd say, 1.5% of web text, that is 22% of the database where ChatGPT was trained on. And obviously that we have a transformative use here, which would authorize the authorship point of view. It's not just a reproduction of a text. The authorship protection is atomized. Here you would have the creation based on all a set of data being used for the training, and you create new content with that. But what calls our attention would be the first sentence of the New York Times lawsuit. The independent journalism is vital for our democracy. So what does that action protect? Democracy. It protects the business models for traditional journalism, which has already lost space or room with gains to campaigns to publish their content on the internet environment, and they have a new threat when the new sites potentially will not be consulted anymore, while I have a chat button and a button and social and virtual assistants. So that's an active and not subjective positions. So why is it important to focus on that? Because on a field of technology, we need to rethink our the position of the state and rethink how the behaviors are not optional among the citizens, and the role of the state in promoting values, not only protecting subjective positions, but promoting objective values such as the trust in technology and democracy. And AI regulation touches exactly those 2 points: how to promote democracy and how to promote trust in AI and a responsible AI. When we say that, well, the idea is not to protect subjective positions. The technology would be the stage of where the subjective rights are exercised. So then the idea would be a regulation that could promote a reliable technology. And would the only way of doing that be through an imposition of an external regulation and cross-cutting or transversal regulation with a punishing and inspecting authority for those agents that develop AI systems? Because that's the model that we brought would be coming from Europe. And the Brazilian context would be the same of the European context for the development of this technology. And do we have the same strategy for the development and the Brazilian strategy in the field of AI? So those points are very important to have more openness on how to discuss the topic. Maybe this punishing external model would not be proper in the at first. Maybe our context and the development of our country in the AI market would be below the status of the European development. So the main need of regulations in Brazil would be to provide leverage and fostering and investments for the development of AI. We have several barriers for the development and investments in technology, several bottlenecks. Investments in public universities and companies, and how to hire and contract the technology, and the public-private partnerships and investments in the AI market will need huge investments if Brazil wants to be positioned in the global market, which is extremely competitive. And how to generate commitment from the agents with responsible AI to promote a responsible technology, right? Would we just need an external punishment? We have several arrangements, as I have already showed, and the state could think about a more efficient institutional arrangement and a more intelligent one with cooperations among the private agents to encourage and foster and leverage responsibility in the development when employing AI. That's it. Thank you. Just remembering about the topic. Well, some countries have insufficient social protection networks in a scenario that reduces the demands for their laborers. unsupported region could increase the extremism and put in risk the democracy. That is the topic of the panel that I will. Well, I have a PowerPoint presentation which is being prepared. So for those of you here with, I am a white man on a blue suit, and I'm standing by the podium. And luckily, I will talk about intelligence and artificial intelligence. No, not by luck, not by a chance. Of course not. Let me just find the clicker, please. Can somebody help me with the clicker? That one right there. Okay. Found it. Well, I will now talk about labor and artificial intelligence and what I think about it. Yeah, I'm testing the 3 buttons here. Can you change the slides for me? Okay. Well, my name is Fabio Steibel, CEO for ITS, and I believe that one of the nice things here that we have in the Secretariat of Technology for the United Nations is the work group on safeguards for public digital infrastructures, and is related to the topic here, and I am in that work group. So just a minute. Well, and I believe that academics don't need to expect surprise. And in the end of my presentation, what I will say is that the pathway for more jobs would be a regulation on AI, Brazilian strategy for AI that is strong, and their laws, because I believe that only the AI law, we are not going to get there. And the composition of this is for the discussion. But I believe these are the 3 main steps that we should take if we want to think about labor and employment. Most of you have an idea that, or lots of you have an idea that AI is a matter of decision, right? An algorithm making the decision. And when we talk about labor, that I believe that's what being replaced, right? We're replacing that person that shares the car to that machine that will drive the operate the car. And one of the classic images is this one from MIT, where you had to instruct the car to run over the baby or the old lady, and you didn't have an option. You had to kill 20 times a bunch of people, and you were training a machine for that. This example is really important, but it doesn't describe totally what is AI and labor. So I believe that we have to go beyond that. I selected this image or this picture from the Bamerindos bank agency for 2 reasons here. First, because I was brought or raised up in a bank digitalization environment. My mother needed to leave at midnight to go to the bank. Otherwise, on the next day, there were no savings account. And today I work with Pix, Drex, and other things. So 30, maybe 35 years of development in this technology. And because Bamerindos and the bank agents would be something very far from you, right? Very distant. Possibly you've been there, but you really don't remember how it looks, at least in this way before internet. Maybe we are regulating AI with this gap of knowledge. Thinking on a Pix and Drex today would be radically different from thinking on a bank system for internet. Radically different. And the work as well, the labor as well. I don't believe it will take 35 years for us to have a huge transformation when we talk about AI. But I believe that in 5 or 10 years from now, we're going to look back and we're going to be very surprised in the view that we had of what AI could be. And why do I say that? Because the concern in AI and labor in Brazil is something urgent. This is the picture that I used in the hearing in the Senate. By coincidence, I was the first person in the first hearing to talk, and I wanted to bring this machine from the agro because it's a great savings that we don't mention about, and there are visual recognition and movement recognition and AI mechanisms in this machine, and there are no risks. They can have interactions on labor, but they don't have risks, and they are extremely productive. So I brought this introduction to try to take us from this place of what we know what AI is, and we know how to regulate it, to a different environment or where we have to think on what would be the best solution. And I would start with the bad news, and then I would go to the good news. The bad news is that Brazil is delayed in the digital market. Our figures and numbers are really disappointing. Our TIC market could be much better, much greater. It's tiny, but every time you see a green, you will see where Brazil is. It's never ahead of others. right? And we have investments of 1%, and those ahead of us invest 5%. We are not investing enough in AI, and in our TIC market is not really large as well. And when we think in the use or jobs in TICs, they grow. You have this growth, but it's still small when we compare to other economies. We are in the 28th position in jobs generated by technology. And when we talk about AI, we have to talk about innovations, and we're going to talk about small, mid-sized companies and startups. And that's another gap that we have in our country because we have a lot of difficulties to invest. 60% of startups say that they have never received funding. And when we think in funding for the startup sector, we also are very delayed in this ranking. So all of these news are bad news. Why? Because we tend to become consumers of technology. And maybe I need to go into an app to work, or on that, or work, have more business model, more internal markets about that. And this graph here, this bubble graph or circle graph is very interesting. It's one of the graphs that originated the discussion over the European regulation. And if you see on one hand, the blue, you will have USA. On the yellow side, you will have China. And on the top, purple, orange, you will have Europe. And you can notice that you will never see Brazil or Latin America there. Those are the sizes of the companies in 2021. The concern for European regulation would be also market regulation. They would like to be much greater, larger, and that's why the regulation exists there. So the regulation of employment there tends to create jobs in Europe, and we should have a similar concern here, I would say. The good news is that we are just like Garrincha, the soccer player, and Aleijadinho, the artist. That's a song of Ney Matogrosso, the singer. For those of you that are foreigners or don't understand the reference, they were two disabled people that were outstanding and genius in their work. But they grew without any support. So without the support and without the TICs delayed and without financing, there are very many interesting cases. So we could talk about technologies, and I will go to the health sector. So we have a fear of AI, generative AI, that came in the previous months. And there we have the Pope in a deep fake fashion week. And I believe that Gen AI has a strong relationship with health access. And the example that I can talk about is about Maritaka AI. Maritaka AI, or Maritalk, is a training of AI, Gen AI in Brazil. So, in the beginning of the OpenAI hype, we have an article for those that are interested in it, and the training was very interesting because it allowed several other initiatives to use this to connect to OpenAI, and back then it would be the major option, and develop national solutions. I have problems here. Just a second. So if you look to this graph, it is a benchmarks graph. In one column, you will have the E coefficient, how good you are, and the other side, the cost. On the red top corner, top square, we have the ChatGPT-4. And in the middle, working well, but costing much less, it would be Sabiá 2, which would be one of the models trained by Maritalk to do that. And it means that if we wanted to take ownership of the technology, it's much more accessible to use Sabiá than using OpenAI. It's not that you couldn't use both, but having alternatives would bring more options for development. What happened with this solution? One of them was funded by Bill Melinda's foundation, which is Monai. Monai got those flowcharts that were extremely boring, tedious in the hospitals, and you're a doctor, and then you have antibiotics, and you have a flowchart to ask age, if the patient is diabetic or not, and you would know how much antibiotics to prescribe. They train a model to read the flowcharts so the doctors could be asking about antibiotics for that AI. And the outcome would be less and better antibiotics in circulation. And that's Gen AI with randomized data in Brazil developed for typical problems that we have. And besides Gen AI, we have the predictive AI. And the first mental image that we have is face recognition and discrimination in this. That's absolutely correct, mainly for public security. But the discrimination is not the general rule for predictive AI. It is the exception. And once again, I will refer to health. So one of the startups that exist here would be called HiLab. They have 3 equipments where with 3 blood samples they can have a full blood test, blood exam. And the result of that is that where you don't have infrastructure for blood exams or blood tests, you can make this technology work. And now they are exporting to 6 countries after they had the American seal of credibility or reliability. This is descriptive AI developed in the country, and this is more access to health, because cheaper blood tests means that more people will have access to health. So innovating is not just a big tech thing, it's increasing access to rights. And innovating is directly related to work, labor, employment. So how can we think? Oops, go down. One more down. Skip that. How can we think about labor regulation for AI? I believe that the first thing is that we must think if we want to regulate something openly or in a closed fashion, or if we want the legislative power to say, well, how these activities should be done, and the judicial and executive perform that or execute that, or the legislative wants to limit it. The solution of the EU is to be strict. If you get the European solution, they will say the topic and exactly how it would be applied. If you get one of the bills of laws here, you will see that we use lexes as such as, so education such as this, that. I believe that the more open the regulation is, better the chance would be to consider things that will go to more risk. And if we do that, I believe that the jobs being generated by national innovation will be reduced. And the second thing is that we cannot forget that small and big do not compete under same conditions. One of the main mistakes in LGPD that we learned is when you have an obligation on over different companies, the large company can comply to it much easier than the smaller company. And if we think in several rulings against discrimination, rights, and etc., before solutions have a considerable size to be done, we are really reducing the capability of universities to research, smaller companies to exist, and startups. And if you look to this research about jobs, you will see that where jobs grow the most it's in the new market of startups. And to close, something else that we cannot forget or leave aside is that European regulation that we use so frequently here, it's not on its own. We have over 20 rules approved or passed in the previous 2 or 3 years that will make you have market fostering innovation, but also protecting innovation. And we don't discuss these other laws. One of them is about cybersecurity, and the other one would be about the use of governmental data, and the other one about data transfer, and etc. We are not discussing all of that. And the result of this is that we could mitigate considerably the trust that we have over the systems. If you think in artificial intelligence without cybersecurity, strong cybersecurity, you're thinking in data leak, you're thinking in a situation of great crisis. And having said that, I believe we have a great opportunity to think over those 3 topics. I'm sorry, I'm completely lost because I have to focus on the slides. You have to go up. Well, we have a unique opportunity, which is thinking about G20. The discussions and debates in G20, among them over AI, but also in digital infrastructure, would be essential for us to think in this data market that will be generating the jobs, or essential for us to think in the solutions for agro and health that are essential for us, or the unified health system. And we have several options to be inspired by other countries and adjust them, adapt them to what we are talking about. That's why I said that my conclusion is that we need to regulate AI. There are risks that are huge, but these risks should not be the rule, they must be the exception.
And we need a strategy, a Brazilian strategy, because we do need to catch up, because we're delayed on TIC and employment, and we need other laws because the problem is more complex than just simply regulating or not AI.
Thank you very much. Three three speakers. Okay, three good presentations and beautiful presentations, but with different topics. We have 15 minutes. I will pass the floor to the audience. I think the debate is very important, and 15 minutes we can address some questions. Who can start the questions? Okay, thank you very much for the presentations, and I would like to ask the professor. I am a clinical psychologist and I have a company, so I'm not from the law background. I would like to try to put my perspective, and you said that there is a subordination issue in algorithm of how the relation between labor relation creates a subordination relation to some caused by some algorithms. And since we don't regulate this, we would not have access to define price and several other things. Why do I say that? Because I am in platforms where I can regulate the price where I charge, but I don't have access to the algorithm, and the algorithm defines what is the patient will arrive, the frequency, and that's one questioning I have towards them, that the algorithm is not fair and clear. It doesn't have a defined criteria, but I feel I am subordinated to that. I have freedom to be there or not, but I don't have any other option because in one platform there is one algorithm and the other is another one, and I have to be submitted to some algorithm at some point. So I'd like to understand a little bit this connection because you were very brief when you presented that, and maybe it didn't explain well. It's artificial intelligence, but I don't know if it is very focused on the other topics of this panel. I don't know if you can understand my question. Well, I would like to greet you and say that within the AI spectrum topic and considering the freedom of the academic freedom for cátedra, studying the work relation goes through the relation work in the activation of these workers in the platforms. So I think that's a very appropriated question. I would say that in the researches we do from 2 years to now, I've done one research in partnership with two big researchers about the AI platforms of consumption to study the labor relations. And what we observed is that in the set of these labor relations, either for the acting for one a psychologist by intermediation of one app, either by selling products in the marketplace or in the transportation of four wheels, two wheels, or bicycles. Bicycles even less, but the other transportations done by engines, what we see is that companies, manager companies of these apps, they hold a labor organization way, and by this reason in general rules in the typification of work domain in the other edge of the relation in capital versus work have a worker that had a bound by means of the um, manager and the worker that is submitted to this modus operandi, and what are the rights that this worker is subordinated to. For example, this worker can suffer the suspension by the company. They can be blocked and it can be excluded, It doesn't establish the logistics of the sales. He doesn't have a product. He cannot not administrate the customers. So these elements approach this relation of a employment relation, and it's true that uh, the law is a field of augmentation, and that's why this field of augmentation is in the legislation and judiciary domains. And in my perspective, we cannot just disnaturate of what is present, what is the real life of work. In the real life of work, workers working by intermediation of these platforms, they are subordinating of to these platforms. One another consideration and the concern you put is also a lack of transparency, and that's one key factor for the regulation of AI. How to offer transparency for those agents and affected by technology. Another fact: there is a research about geometry on the word algorithm in the judicial power. In 95% of the uh, judiciary acts are in the labor justice. In all of them that discuss the work relationship, half they are about the algorithm, and in the judicial part there is not this term. So just to make a small comment, when you say that the algorithm doesn't have a criteria, it does. There is not a algorithm without a criteria. It defines uh, what passenger will go to you, and what Julio mentions is fundamental, but it always has a criteria. Developing an algorithm, you are developing a criteria, and that's just one detail. Just one observation, because there is a criteria. And okay, just to add up to that, because this, for example, in this call you have the analysis for people analysis cluster. In the AI, it also do that. It has a score and it offers you a person that he thinks that it's suitable for you. But it's not interesting for you, but it's interesting for the company because the algorithm says so. And thank you very much to the panelists. My question is, everybody knows that there will be a change, trend to change in the employment in next years because of AI. And we are talking about web developers that are connected to this area that they will lose their jobs. I've seen several things and some presentations on agriculture with AI, with robots, and everything working well. And how could it be? How could this unemployment be dealt? Because we have so many people unemployed, people with no formation, people with 40 to 50 years old, and they'll keep being available in the labor market. What's the vision for future? Does the government think about it? We're talking about AI in 5 to 10 years, and a great majority of population will be within this problem. So I open this question to all of you. So I will pass the floor to the colleagues. And in reality, thank you for the questioning. And I think that above all, it's important to think that considering the time evolution, technology evolution, the transformation of the work relations, what cannot be lost of sight is that any type of stage of regulation can be either by work regulation lato sensu or employment regulation is within the national constitution, within the framework of the federal rights. So to the judicial configuration of work or before that, what's priority is that the fundamental rights for workers can be assured for any type of worker. So when I say that in the health domain, the fundamental right to the rules, the rigid rules in this safety has to exist for any type of work relation. So to provoke you in the time of pandemic, I thought it to be inadmissible of work that will use a bicycle to bring to our houses one food, and he would go with a mask but was with flip-flops. This is to think that what the fundamental rights field is, what measure of protection is necessary. In the same way, can we think of connections, digital connections that are not interrupting? Because if uh, this is the jurist from MUSP, and we need the perspective of work, and we need one system of protection to provide the constitution in perspective of OIT of 8 hours. Have a journey, a labor journey limited to 8 hours. But you, ladies and gentlemen, have you thought from this colleague that brings this reflection that if one person is connected to one platform for 12 hours and being able to connect to other platforms, this person will drive. This person is in the passenger transportation, but to have the risk where in the transportation, because the number of accidents will grow. We'll need to manage the exhaustion of this work, and this person will be tired. So there are other fields that need to be interconnected when we talk about the work management. From what I read and have read again, the answer is that we do not know. We will lose our job and we'll gain jobs. That's the only conclusion I have. And the plan is of adaptation for 50 to 40. Those who will not have the university, you have to reorient this skill. But we need to create other companies to create new businesses, to have new employments. And I think that's important that the Brazilian strategy for AI is important because it translates one strategy from the state to prepare ourselves to this transformation. Just to complementing, in fact, what we observe in the different transformations of technology is that the market has adapted itself to the labor market. The biggest difficulty is the speed that AI transformation is having right now. It impresses us, so it's important for us to have public policies to try to solve this gap that can be lost with lots of speed and the delay to train these people for new work opportunities. Just complementing, I think the impact on the work is not only for technology. We have to think in more general terms. There are several issues impacting and modifying the idea of work. There's a cultural change, very big cultural change, and we have to rethink what work is. This relation, this traditional relation of payroll is in extinction. So what's the alternative? I see as an alternative, and I have already mentioned it, a small business, a small employment, the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur is the already 50% of the Brazilian population is already entrepreneur and is autonomous in the meaning that they have some entrepreneurship. Startups, for example, is another segment, but the small entrepreneurships, they are. It's fundamental that we have public policies for them because we need to invest in infrastructure, in requalification of these people, the technical teaching, to train these new people to develop their own businesses. We have to provide assistance, benefits, social benefits that are not linked to the payroll. And this shows us that there is a big transformation, much bigger than the only impact on the technology. We have to rethink this. Even the people disposition, because if you think the new generations, their dream is not to have a payroll job. So these are cultural transformations, and we have to think of what people want. But if you ask one young person what he does, he will tell you several things, 4 to 5 things. And this expresses a big change of behavior that needs to be assessed and has impact on what we understand as work, and this is also important. There is another question. We are passing over the microphone. It's the last question. Okay, good evening. We are out of time, so we only have that question and the other question, and then you can talk with the speakers after the panel. Okay, I am Barbara Quiri. I'm from the Federal University of Bahia. I would like to congratulate by the speeches. It's very interesting, and there is a connection point between all of them, and I have thought a lot. And Fabio mentioned one really interesting aspect, which is the Brazilian strategy. And I have thought about, well, I put this question to the board. The IB has a education access and a work access. Uh, what if we had a effective strategy, well implemented, or maybe if today that we are debating the regulation, would we be in a more qualified debate? I don't know if you understand my question, because there is not qualification. I'm not saying that there is not qualified debate, but it's the deep qualified debate is because of IB and could guide us, just as Professor Gabriela mentioned, as the problem of the Bill 23. 38 and all these issues that Maranhão mentions about the Brazilian strategy to insert in the Brazilian labor market. We don't have this strategy, and I would like to hear a little bit from you about that. Thank you very much. I have no doubt that the Brazilian strategy implemented would be unbelievable and would be another Brazil today. But in 2016, with the studies of what the other national plans were doing, and Brazil was already starting. Here, many people they tried to put this strategy, but it was not executed so far. And if it had existed, the TICS market would be different. The AI investment market would be different, and the public organizing this discussion would be different. And I love people that understand law, but we see not many people that are entrepreneurs that participate in these discussions. And the conversation I have with them is that, okay, are you regulating now? For us, we are regulating for a long time, but for the production sector is a new discussion. I was part of the Judicial Commission that created the studies and subsidiated the 2338. And one of the topics you notice there is a match of the outcome with the AB. There is some things treated in the IBA, like the concern to education, to work, environment. Nothing of that is appearing, and it's all limited to the protection of fundamental rights in this model that maybe is anachronic in front of all these transformations in technological terms. Not even investment strategies for that appears in this bill. I tried to propose it, but it was not accepted, incorporated in this bill. So in fact, actually, these things should go together. Not only the debate in IBS should mature, but also the regulation debate should mature, thinking of the strategy of Brazilian reality. Not only take one European law to adapt to Brazilian context. We first need to understand the Brazilian context and understand what Brazil needs, what the strategy is to Brazil to be inserted in this market, what's the concern about work and environment, and then we can produce one regulation. Then we are really putting the problem in a very specific and difficult way to solve. Um, I would like to provoke another thing complementing my colleagues in the meaning that many times the discourse is important because we are within the transformation of technology, and we cannot forget this scenario. But the ideal of entrepreneurship is never reaching all the Brazilian population. Many people, due to the social markers like gender and race, they are integrating themselves within one entrepreneurship discourse with this idea that if he is an entrepreneur, but they are not the holders of the way and not even the structure of the work. So, think with me.
Think on a digital announcement that in the past would be the resellers of cosmetics, and some time ago they would go knocking door by door to sell cosmetic products or beauty products, and now they sell these products on the major companies of digital market. The discourse is that this worker would be an entrepreneurial, but she is not. She does not hold her management model or her economical activity. So entrepreneurship demands you to hold the economic activity, right? The money. So we must think, and it's extremely important when we talk about entrepreneurship in the digital era, to consider the social markers. I believe that is extremely important. And in terms of public policies for Brazil to advance and progress, public policies also must consider the social markers because the realities are varied. And also above on the regionalism point of view, considering Brazil with a huge territorial dimension. So it's a large population and largely populated, so we must consider all of those differences. Thank you. And the last question. Good evening. My name is Ana Luisa. I believe some things have already been answered, but I still have uh, a point to think about. One of the topic of the panel is about the unsupported, and this discussion is only possible because we are here talking about it, and I believe that we are minority prepared for that topic, and even though with lots of doubts and questions that are still basic, most of them us academics speak two languages, three languages, public servers, and we have easily opportunities out of the country or abroad. And if these opportunities are more attractive for us, and if we are more concerned with this topic, and if we leave the country, then I think that we will be even less supported. So, my question is how to retain the talents and the minds that think about AI in Brazil in this scenario that we know that doesn't have so many attractions as abroad. And here, with the presence of several international collaborators, we know that this is happening there, and it's not difficult to leave Brazil to study Brazil from other countries. And then difficultly, hardly a mighty talk will come up or be created or something similar to it. But I believe that we must be here to do this work. The countries, the Nordic countries, would be a great example for us because the Nordic countries have protected labor relations with the idea of stability. I'm not referring to the legal perspective, but on the perspective of stability with investments. And that means that we need on the Brazilian field to invest in technologies as much as investing in labor protection. So this professional with lots of creativity and potential and vocation could remain in our country, stay in our country. So we have great and good examples in countries which adopt models that are close to social welfare. And that would be my answer to you. Thank you. I believe this issue of retaining the values or talents, well, it's not just related to leaving to other countries. It would happen in other dimensions here as well. For example, retaining talent in the universities for research, right? It's very difficult as well, mainly on the engineering and computer science fields, because these professionals or those researchers that are specialized mainly on this field of AI have huge value in the market. So it's difficult to retain them in the logarithm, which is the institute that I direct with the scientists, computer scientists and engineers from Polianus and the University of São Paulo. We experienced this hardship because to bring the researchers to our project. And in relation to this lack of support, I believe that another important point to raise, because it was not mentioned here, when we think in lack of support or unemployment as a lack of support, well, not always this reveals all the complexity behind it, because even those that in this replacement or recollocation in the labor market could find some space, we must also be concerned to the underemployment that exists in the AI markets. I don't know if you know other cases, but I'm one of the Brazilians that went to other country abroad and came back because the Brazilian state paid my college, my mastering, part of my doctorate, and I felt irresponsible if I stayed there and didn't come back to the country. But I would say that a lot of people have the difficulty to come back because the Brazilian academia is thought in a very closed way. We need to have greater interaction between the private sector and academia. It's not just stop with the independent research or focusing on education, but lots of labs could invest in partnerships, and they don't. And these labs have lots of jobs for AI scientists as well. Well, I'm sorry, but we already exceeded time. I received lots of messages here already, and we have here the last announcement. So we concluded the second day of our international seminar, Democracy and New Technologies, Challenges of the Digital Era. And I wish you all a wonderful night, evening, and we're here back tomorrow.